Chapter 1979. Kong Si Ran had not been having a good time in the past month. His opponent, Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Alchemy Pavilion, was despicable and shameless, disregarding the ethics of the industry and poaching two of his alchemist pillars. If Spirit Pill Plaza really closed down because of this matter, his future in Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce would come to an end. He had finally found Yang Kai and had just signed a soul contract with him, hoping to become the second alchemist of Spirit Pill Plaza to stabilize the situation. He had not expected that at this critical juncture, news of Alchemist Fan's departure would appear. If Alchemist Fan really left, then the situation he had worked so hard to salvage was very likely to tilt again, and his future would be bleak. He was so anxious that his throat burned as he led Yang Kai to the backyard, but before he arrived, he heard Fan Hong shouting, "Who dares to stop me? This fan won't do it. Get out of my way. If you don't blame this fan for being impolite." In the backyard, a few shop assistants were trying to persuade him, but they were still unable to stop Fan Hong. Kong Si Ran heard this and knew that the situation was not good, so he quickly sped up and arrived at the backyard in the blink of an eye, only to see Fan Hong's angry face and surging strength, as if he was about to fight. But after seeing Kong Si Ran, Fan Hong frowned and a trace of guilt flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Alchemist Fan, what are you doing?" Although Kong Si Ran was annoyed that Fan Hong was causing trouble at this time, he did not dare to speak too harshly and could only ask with a sullen face. Fan Hong sighed. He said, "Shopkeeper Kong, this fan is sorry, but this fan has made up his mind to leave. Please forgive me, Shopkeeper Kong." Is Alchemist Fan dissatisfied that this Kong did not pay enough? Or perhaps someone else offered a better price? If so, we can discuss it. Kong Si Ran knew that the most important thing now was to figure out why Fan Hong wanted to leave Spirit Pill Plaza so that they could find the right remedy. Shopkeeper Kong is insulting this fan. Ever since I came to Maplewood City, I have been working in the Spirit Pill Plaza and have been refining pills for the Spirit Pill Plaza for 10 years. This fan has long regarded this place as his home, so even if someone else offers a higher price, this fan will not covet it. Fan Hong put on an impassioned look, as if Kong Si Ran's words were insulting him. Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly. If that's not the reason, why did Alchemist Fan suddenly decide to leave? Fan Hong heaved a sigh and opened his mouth to say, "Shopkeeper Kong, this recent month, this fan has been refining pills day and night. I'm practically already a lamp without oil. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it. Shopkeeper Kong, please do me a favor and let me go." Hearing this, Kong Si Ran was at a loss for words. While the two were talking, Yang Kai was also observing Fan Hong. He found that what Fan Hong said was true. It was very likely that this person had overexerted himself. His mental state was not very good. The energy fluctuations around his body were fluctuating. His hair was messy, and his eyes were sunken. It was obvious that he was exhausted. This Fan Hong's strength was not high, only reaching the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. With such a cultivation, Yang Kai estimated that even if he was an Origin King-grade alchemist, he would at most be an Origin King-grade low-rank alchemist. After all, sometimes alchemy required the support of one's strength. The weaker one's strength was, the less hope one had of refining a good spirit pill. However, alchemists dealt with spirit grasses and medicines all year round. How could they have the time to cultivate? If they did not cultivate, how could they have great strength? Without great strength, how could they support high-intensity alchemy? This had almost become a vicious cycle for alchemists. This Kong was not thoughtful enough. "Please forgive me, Alchemist Fan." Kong Si Ran also knew that Fan Hong had paid too much this month, so he quickly bowed. Fan Hong was shocked. Shopkeeper Kong is too polite. Kong Si Ran shook his head. It's this Kang's fault. But now, this Kong has found another alchemist. Alchemist Fan, you no longer need to refine spirit pills like before. How about you go back and rest for a few days before coming to the pill shop? You found another alchemist? Fan Hong was stunned when he heard this, his eyes sweeping across the crowd before finally settling on Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled at him lightly. Alchemist Fan's contributions to the pill shop are naturally seen by this Kong, so I won't say any words of gratitude. Why don't you go back and rest for a few days and come back when you feel the time is right? Kong Si Ran looked at Fan Hong sincerely, unwilling to let him go no matter what. This? Fan Hong looked like he was in a dilemma, seemingly hesitant. Just as Kang Si Ran was about to strike while the iron was hot and persuade Fan Hong, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly called out from outside, "Alchemist Fan, it's time. This mistress has come to pick you up personally." As soon as this person's voice fell, Fan Hong's face changed drastically. His originally pale face, due to excessive consumption, suddenly turned purplish red, like a pig's liver, making him look extremely embarrassed. Kang Si Ran, on the other hand, was startled but soon ground his teeth and shouted, "Zhuaning Si." A look of extreme hatred appeared on his face, as if he had a great hatred for this woman named Zhuaning Si. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he vaguely understood what was going on and turned to look at Fan Hong with a smile. Fan Hong's whole body became uncomfortable as his eyes flickered and his lips squirmed, seemingly cursing. When Kang Si Ran's gaze shifted to him, Fan Hong's face turned even redder, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. This old master understands. Kang Si Ran smiled coldly. "Alchemist Fan, it turns out you really have found a better place to go. If that's the case, you should have said so earlier and this old master would have congratulated you. Why bother making excuses?" Fan Hong grit his teeth and became angry out of shame. What does shopkeeper Kong mean? Could it be that this fan's efforts this past month were fake? In order to produce spirit pills for the pill shop, this fan coughed up blood several times. If it weren't for this fan's support, Spirit Pill Plaza would have closed down long ago. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became and the more impassioned he became. Kang Si Ran heard this and frowned deeply. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and nodded slightly, seeming to have aged quite a bit. What Alchemist Fan said is correct. If it weren't for your support, Spirit Pill Plaza would have closed down long ago. Humph. Since you understand, there's no need to say anything more. Fan Hong snorted coldly. This fan is only thinking about his own future. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Shopkeeper Kong should also know this. Shopkeeper Kong, take care of yourself. This fan will take his leave now. Saying so, Fan Hong pushed aside the two shop assistants in front of him and walked straight out. When he passed by Yang Kai, he turned his head and smiled at Yang Kai, taking pleasure in his misfortune. "You're going to be miserable in the future." Yang Kai just shrugged and did not comment. Kang Si Ran stood in place and pondered for a moment before suddenly turning around and leaving with Fan Hong. Outside Spirit Pill Plaza, a beautiful woman wearing revealing clothes stood at the entrance with a smile on her face. She was accompanied by several beautiful maidservants. She had a charming smile on her face, and her exposed snow-white skin and faintly discernible cleavage attracted the gazes of countless passing cultivators. However, she didn't seem to care at all and instead seemed to enjoy the gazes of these men, casting a few flirtatious glances around from time to time, causing many men to fall head over heels for her. Fan Hong hurriedly walked out of Spirit Pill Plaza and came to the beautiful woman's side, whispering, "Didn't you say I would come? What are you doing here?" Zhuaning Si smiled charmingly, her red lips wriggling as she asked, "What's wrong? I came to pick you up in person. Is that not enough?" "You woman sigh." Fan Hong looked helpless. Zhuaning Si said, "If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. You might be able to hide it for a while, but do you want to hide it forever? Besides, you're just changing places to perform alchemy. What's so shameful about it?" Fan Hong's face became gloomy and he didn't answer. He knew that Zhuaning Si didn't come here to greet him, but to attack the morale of Spirit Pill Plaza. He was just a chess piece that Zhuaning Si could use. So he knew that it was useless for him to say anything. While the two were talking, Kang Si Ran walked out and stared at the graceful woman with fiery eyes. Zhuaning Si let out a strange cry as she patted her towering chest with her jade hand. Shopkeeper Kang's eyes are so fierce, as if he wants to eat this mistress. But Shopkeeper Kong, you're so old, can you really do it? After saying this, she covered her mouth and giggled. Shopkeeper Zhua. Kang Si Ran wasn't moved by her beauty at all and just smiled coldly. Good means. This old man admires you greatly. Oh, what does Shopkeeper Kong mean? This mistress doesn't understand. Zhuaning Si's slender waist swayed as a fan suddenly appeared in her hand, gently waving it. We're all sensible people, so there's no need to play dumb. However, if shopkeepers thinks this will cause my Spirit Pill Plaza to close down, you're gravely mistaken, Kong Si Ran sneered. Haha. Zhuaning Si covered her mouth with her fan as she stared at Kong Si Ran with her beautiful eyes. This mistress remembers that shopkeeper Kong used to have 3 Origin King-grade alchemists, but now they seem to have all gone to this Mistress Alchemy Pavilion. Could it be that shopkeeper Kong is also an alchemy grandmaster and plans to go into battle personally? Old master, you're not young anymore, so you must take care of your body. Humph. Maplewood City is so big. Do you think it's difficult to find an Origin King-grade alchemist? Kong Si Ran smiled when he heard this. Zhuaning Si was stunned and asked in surprise, does shopkeeper Kong have other alchemists? Fan Hong leaned over and whispered a few words in Zhuaning Si's ear. Zhuaning Si frowned and her eyes immediately turned to Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she smiled and said, Honored Alchemist Master, dare I ask your name? Yang. So it is Alchemist Yang. This mistress greets you. Zhuaning Si smiled and said, Alchemist Yang is so young, but his cultivation is not bad, and he also knows alchemy. This mistress admires you greatly. There have always been many people who admire me, Yang Kai chuckled. Zhuaning Si froze for a moment, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to be so shameless, but she didn't care, still smiling as she said, I wonder if Alchemist Yang is interested in coming to my alchemy pavilion? This mistress can give Alchemist Yang, Zhuaning Si. Before she could finish speaking, Kong Si Ran roared angrily. Chapter 1980. The previous 2 alchemists and even Fan Hong had been secretly poached by Zhuaning Si, but now this woman was trying to win over Yang Kai right in front of him. She was simply not putting him in her eyes. Kong Si Ran was furious. Why is shopkeeper Kong so angry? Zhuaning Si was not afraid of him at all. After all, both of them were 3rd-order Origin King cultivators, and their source chi had long since been fully transformed. It was just that they had not had the opportunity to break through to the Dao source realm. She pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. I just want to say a few words to Alchemist Yang. I'm not bothering you in any way. Kong Si Ran's face was filled with murderous intent, but he could not really attack, so he could only suppress his anger, feeling as if his lungs were burning. Seeing this, Zhuaning Si turned her beautiful eyes to Yang Kai again and said, Alchemist Yang, what do you think of this mistress proposal? As for the remuneration, you don't have to worry about it. How about we double the amount shopkeeper Kong is offering you? Hearing this, Kong Si Ran's face became even more livid. The previous 3 alchemists of Spirit Pill Plaza had all been tempted by benefits and turned to Pill and Artifact Pavilion. He did not know much about Yang Kai, nor did he have any friendship with Yang Kai, so he did not know what Yang Kai's attitude was. Looking at Yang Kai anxiously, Kong Si Ran's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. Yang Kai actually looked interested and said with a smile, Is there such a good thing? Zhuaning Si smiled even more happily and nodded. Naturally, if Alchemist Yang does not believe me, you can ask Alchemist Fan. In addition to the remuneration, this mistress will arrange for 4 beautiful maids to serve you and take care of Alchemist Yang's daily needs. Men pursued fame and fortune all their lives. It was nothing more than power, wealth, and women. As an experienced woman, Zhuaning Si naturally knew what these men were thinking. As such, she was able to successfully poach several alchemists from Kong Si Ran. She believed that as long as Yang Kai was not stupid, he should make a wise choice. Shopkeeper Zhua's proposal is very tempting. Yang Kai's eyes darted around the beautiful maidservants. Seeing his appearance, Fan Hong couldn't help but sneer. A look of disdain appeared in his eyes, as if he despised Yang Kai's character. However, on second thought, he didn't seem to have the qualifications to do so. Suddenly, he felt a little embarrassed. Alchemist Yang Kai, you? Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai in despair. He wanted to say 1,000 words, but in the end, all he could do was sigh helplessly. Although he had just signed a spiritual contract with Yang Kai, it was only a contract that stated that the pill recipe could not be leaked. Yang Kai hadn't gotten the pill formula from him yet. Therefore, the soul contract could not be used at all. Kong Si Ran was annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have written all kinds of agreements on the contract, but now it was too late to regret. Zhuaning Si chuckled, Her beautiful eyes filled with excitement, as if she could already see the day Spirit Pill Plaza closed down and the day she would be valued by the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce. As long as she could deal a heavy blow to Spirit Pill Plaza, it would close down. Then she would have a chance to gain the favor of the upper echelons and possibly be transferred away from a small place like Maplewood City to a bigger city to take charge of the Chamber of Commerce's business. Just as she was about to strike while the iron was hot and finalize this matter, she saw Yang Kai say with a look of embarrassment, "Unfortunately." "Unfortunately what?" Zhuan Ningxi frowned. "Unfortunately, this Yang has just signed a soul contract with shopkeeper Kong. So even if I want to, I'm afraid I won't be able to help shopkeeper Zhua." Yang Kai sighed, a look of regret on his face. Kong Si Ran was stunned for a moment before immediately looking at Yang Kai with overjoyed eyes. He didn't believe that Yang Kai didn't know the restrictions of the soul contract. Yang Kai saying this now meant that he had no intention of going to Pill Pavilion. How could Kong Si Ran not be surprised? Kong Si Ran stared at Yang Kai with excited eyes. He was filled with gratitude. After all, if Kai Yang really did leave, other than spitting on Kai Yang for not keeping his word, what else could he do? At that time, Spirit Pill Plaza would have no alchemist and would not be far from closing down. As for Yang Kai's attitude, it had become a life-saving straw for Kong Si Ran. In an instant, Kong Si Ran's evaluation of Yang Kai in his heart underwent a 180-degree change, and even Yang Kai's figure suddenly became taller. A soul contract. Zhuan Ningxi was also shocked. Shopkeeper Kong is so generous, even using a precious soul contract. Kong Si Ran coldly snorted, "I had no other choice." "Shopkeeper Zhua, what do you think?" Yang Kai looked at Zhuan Ningxi with a smile. "I'll perform alchemy for Shopkeeper Kong while also performing alchemy for your Pill Pavilion. I'll only take half of the benefits you promised before. How about it?" "Go to hell." Zhuan Ningxi glared at Yang Kai without any trace of politeness. After learning that Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran had signed a soul contract, she subconsciously felt that it was impossible for her to poach Yang Kai, so she no longer tried to be perfunctory and instead resorted to vicious words. Since she couldn't poach him, what was the point of being polite? This woman's sudden change in attitude stunned Yang Kai. Zhuan Ningxi no longer had any intention of entangling with Yang Kai. In any case, her purpose for coming to Spirit Pill Plaza this time had been achieved. So she sneered and said, "Shopkeeper Kong, now that you only have one alchemist left, I'd like to see how long your Spirit Pill Plaza can last. Let's go." Saying so, she waved her hand and led the beautiful maidservants across the street. Fan Hong didn't want to stay here and be treated with disdain, so he hurriedly followed. The storm subsided, but Kong Si Ran's brow furrowed deeply. The predicament of Spirit Pill Plaza had not improved. Originally, with Yang Kai and Fan Hong, there were now two alchemists in the plaza, which allowed Kong Si Ran to breathe a sigh of relief. He was confident that they could hold on for 2 months while waiting for the alchemists sent by headquarters to arrive. But what he really hadn't expected was that after inviting Yang Kai, Fan Hong would leave. This situation had not changed at all. The only thing he could hope for now was that Yang Kai's alchemy skills were better than Fan Hong's, but after thinking about it carefully, this was somewhat unlikely. After all, Yang Kai was already a third-order origin king, and he himself had said that he only regarded alchemy as a means to make money and would not invest too much time and effort in it. Such an alchemist would definitely only treat alchemy as a sideline. Being able to refine an origin king-grade spirit pill by chance was already good enough, so how could Kong Si Ran expect Yang Kai to be so good? However, Yang Kai's previous actions had left Kong Si Ran with a good impression of him. At the very least, Yang Kai was a man of his word. Returning to his room, Kong Si Ran cupped his fist solemnly and said, "Alchemist Yang, this old master must thank you for today's matter. If not for you, Spirit Pill Plaza and this old master would have lost a great deal of face." Yang Kai waved his hand slightly and said, "Shopkeeper Kong is too serious. This Yang did not do anything." Kong Si Ran smiled and said, "This old master is actually a little confused. Since shopkeepers were offered such generous conditions, why did Alchemist Yang, 3 days ago, I went to Pill Pavilion to buy some pill recipes, but I was rudely driven out by the shop assistant. Just because of that?" Kong Si Ran's jaw dropped. Then why does shopkeeper Kong think? Yang Kai chuckled. This old master understands. Then let's continue to talk about the matter of remuneration. Our Spirit Pill Plaza can provide two methods of payment. The first is a monthly salary. Spirit Pill Plaza will give you a certain amount of source crystals every month. Of course, this old master can give you double this monthly salary. Perhaps he was grateful to Yang Kai for choosing to stay and help him, or perhaps it was because of the remuneration Zhuaningxi had offered before, but Kong Si Ran was not stingy on this issue and readily expressed that he could double the remuneration. The other method is a commission. Our Spirit Pill Plaza will provide you with various herbs and Alchemist Yang will be responsible for refining them. After the refined spirit pills are sold, you will receive a commission from the Spirit Pill Plaza. What does Alchemist Yang think? The second method, Yang Kai replied without hesitation. Kong Si Ran couldn't help being startled. He had thought that Yang Kai would choose the first method. After all, only capable alchemists would choose the second method, because the more spirit pills one refined, the more rewards one would receive. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just a dabbler in alchemy, so choosing the first method would naturally ensure his own benefits to the greatest extent, but he chose the second method, which greatly surprised Kong Si Ran. Is this Alchemist Yang a master of alchemy? Kong Si Ran's heart shook. Just to be cautious, he still asked, Alchemist Yang, do you not want to reconsider? Alchemist Fan, who left before, paid with the Spirit Pill Plaza using the first method. No need, Yang Kai shook his head. Then all right, since it was someone else's choice, Kong Si Ran could not say anything more. Soon, the two of them finalized the ratio of profits. Originally, the ratio between the Spirit Pill Plaza and the Alchemist was 30-70, with the Alchemist taking 30% and the Spirit Pill Plaza taking 70%. After all the materials were sold by the Spirit Pill Plaza, while the Alchemist was only responsible for refining. The Spirit Pill Plaza also had to bear some of the losses, so the Alchemist taking 30% of the profits was quite fair. However, Kong Si Ran took the initiative to propose a 40-60 split with Yang Kai, so Yang Kai naturally had no reason to refuse. After everything was agreed upon, Kong Si Ran said, then we've reached an agreement. Alchemist Yang, do you want to go back and rest for a few days? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said, with Spirit Pill Plaza's current situation, is there any time for me to rest? There's no time to lose, so let's get started. Shopkeeper Kong, please give me the pill recipes on the catalog. I'll study them for 2 days before I begin refining the spirit pills. No need to rush. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping firewood, Kong Si Ran said. As Kong Si Ran spoke, he took out a variety of pill recipes he had prepared in advance from his space ring and handed them to Yang Kai. Alchemist Yang, please come with me to perform alchemy. Spirit Pill Plaza had its own alchemy pill plaza, and inside it was a grand fire array that could draw fire from the ground for alchemists to use. This grand fire array was a few dozen meters below the store and was originally used by 3 alchemists, but now it had become Yang Kai's territory. Chapter 1981. After entering, Yang Kai immediately felt a scorching heat wash over him. Alchemist Yang, take your time to comprehend the mysteries of these pill recipes. Don't worry about alchemy for now, just wait until you are ready. Kong Si Ran was afraid that Yang Kai would not be fully prepared, so he urged him. Yang Kai nodded before turning back and asking, by the way, shopkeeper Kong, what kind of spirit pill is your shop in urgent need of right now? Naturally, source condensing pills. There are countless Origin King Realm cultivator in Maplewood City, so the demand for this kind of spirit pill is extremely high. Our source condensing pills are often sold out as soon as they are refined, Kong Si Ran replied proudly. I understand, Yang Kai nodded lightly, having some ideas in his mind. There were countless spirit pills and miraculous medicines in this world, and the number of pill recipes was impossible to calculate. But if one were to ask cultivators what spirit pills they needed the most, the answer would be source condensing pills. The use of source condensing pills had been with an Origin King Realm cultivator for many years, and any Origin King Realm cultivator had a great demand for this kind of spirit pill because it could promote the transformation of source chi in one's body. Maplewood City was not big, and there were not many Dao Source Realm masters, but it had become a gathering place for many Origin King Realm cultivators, so the demand for source condensing pills was terrifying. If one opened a pharmacy in Maplewood City without source condensing pills, it was impossible for anyone to patronize it. Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe was actually improved by an emperor-grade alchemist, and its effects were about 10% better than ordinary source condensing pills. It had long since accumulated countless praise and popularity. Countless cultivators wanted to buy source condensing pills from Spirit Pill Plaza, and every time a new source condensing pill was refined, it would be snatched up. This was the result of Serene limiting the number of pills each person could buy. If he had not limited the number of pills he could buy, the competition would have been even fiercer. Now that Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pills were out of stock, many of its old customers were naturally dissatisfied. Outside the alchemy room, Serene paced back and forth. He was anxious and uneasy. His strength was not considered low at his level, and as the shopkeeper of a workshop, he had a calm temperament. But now, he was still as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If he listened carefully, he could even hear the impatient urging of the Origin King Realm cultivator at the entrance of Spirit Pill Plaza. Thump, thump, thump. A series of footsteps sounded from above. Serene didn't need to look to know that it was one of the shop's staff who had rushed over. He stopped in his tracks, and before the shop assistant could speak, he snapped, "Didn't I ask you to go and appease those customers? Why did you come back?" "That won't do, shopkeeper. The situation is a little out of control. Originally, our pill shop should have released the new source congealing pills yesterday. Many old customers have been queuing up to buy them since yesterday, but they have not arrived until now. They have been dissatisfied for a long time. So what if you're dissatisfied? Could it be that they want this old man to make them appear out of thin air? Tell them to wait." Serene replied impatiently. "I've already told them many times, but they won't listen," the shop assistant said with a long face. Furthermore what?" Serene's face sank. "Furthermore, I don't know who spread the rumor that our Spirit Pill Plaza will no longer supply spirit pills in the future. So some customers became impatient and left," the shop assistant replied in a low voice. "Zhuaningxi, you cheap slut." Serene ground his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, with his shrewdness, how could he not know that Zhuaningxi had instigated this rumor? This vicious woman naturally would not miss this opportunity to add insult to injury. She could not wait for Spirit Pill Plaza to close down as soon as possible. Although she despised this rumor, it was really troublesome now. If they could not produce source congealing pills in a short time, those customers who did not know the truth would most likely believe this rumor. When that time came, they would lose a large number of customers, which would be a huge blow to the future of Spirit Pill Plaza. But in this situation, what could Serene do? He turned his head. Looking eagerly at the closed alchemy door, he could only pray that Yang Kai would not disappoint him too much. "Shopkeeper, can this alchemist Yang really do it?" The shop assistant did not seem to have much confidence in Yang Kai. He had seen many alchemists before, but none of them had a cultivation as high as Yang Kai's, and most alchemists were sloppy and unkempt. They dealt with herbs all year round and had medicinal fragrances all over their bodies. From his previous contact with Yang Kai, he could tell that Yang Kai was not an orthodox alchemist at all. "How should I know?" Serene replied weakly. It had been 10 days since Yang Kai entered alchemy. 2 days ago, he had been studying the pill recipes, but on the third day, he had asked for a large number of herbs to refine source congealing pills and immediately closed the alchemy door, not coming out until now. Serene really wanted to rush in and see how many source congealing pills Yang Kai had refined and how many herbs he had wasted. Every alchemist would lose some herbs in the process of alchemy. This was unavoidable. Even the most experienced alchemist could not guarantee that every batch of spirit pills would be successfully refined. However, depending on the skill of an alchemist, the loss rate of herbs varied. Of the 3 alchemists in Spirit Pill Plaza, the best one could control the loss rate of herbs to about 30%, which meant that out of 10 batches of pills, 7 would be successful while the remaining 3 would be wasted. This was already an amazing result, and Fan Hong's material loss rate was about 50%. Even so, Serene had to treat him as a guest of honor. Who made him an Origin King Great Alchemist? What was Yang Kai's loss rate of herbs? 60%? 70%? even if it was 80%. Kang Si-ran felt that this was acceptable as long as he could refine some source-congealing pills. But what made him anxious was that Yang Kai had not taken out a single source-congealing pill until now. If it weren't for the fact that alchemists could not be disturbed while they were refining spirit pills, Kang Si-ran would have rushed in to investigate. The noise outside seemed to be getting more and more intense, making Kang Si-ran extremely irritated. Kacha. At that moment, a soft sound rang out. Kang Si-ran was startled for a moment before he was overjoyed. His eyes widened as he looked forward and saw the closed alchemy door open. Before it could fully open, Kang Si-ran rushed in directly. The alchemy room was filled with flames, but Kang Si-ran turned a deaf ear to it and went straight to Yang Kai. With a glance, he saw a pile of dregs not far from Yang Kai. This was the result of a failed spirit pill refinement. It was black and had a burnt smell to it. There wasn't much dregs here, only about 10 batches of herbs or so. What Kang Si-ran had given Yang Kai 7 days ago was a full 100 batches of source-congealing pill materials. I don't know how many batches this alchemist Yang has consumed. If I can find out, I can't estimate his loss rate. Kang Si-ran thought secretly. Alchemist Yang. Kang Si-ran squeezed out a smile on his face and cupped his fists. Have you finished refining the spirit pills? They are all here. Yang Kai waved his hand and more than 30 jade bottles appeared in front of him. C. Seeing this scene, Kang Si-ran couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air as he stared blankly at the jade bottles on the ground. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement and called out, Shopkeeper Kang? Kang Si-ran came back to his senses and turned his stiff neck to look at Yang Kai. Alchemist Yang, are these all source-congealing pills? Yes, Shopkeeper Kang can inspect them. Hearing what he said, Kang Si-ran no longer hesitated and reached out his hand, sucking over a few jade bottles. Opening the caps one by one, he found that they were all filled with round and fragrant source-congealing pills. Each bottle contained 10 pills, so there were more than 30 bottles here, which meant there were more than 300 source-congealing pills here. When this number appeared in Kang Si-ran's mind, it was like a sledgehammer had struck him, making him dizzy and unable to think. How is this possible? How could this happen? In just 7 days, a single person refined more than 300 source-congealing pills. This is equivalent to the result of 3 alchemists working together in Spirit Pill Plaza. Can Yang Kai replace 3 alchemists by himself? Kang Si-ran completely lost his mind and stood there stiffly, unable to recover for a long time. Everything in front of him had subverted his understanding of common sense. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he had taken too many. If he had known earlier, he would have kept another 100. Refining source-congealing pills was actually not difficult for Yang Kai. After all, it was only an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. Yang Kai himself could have refined Origin King grade high-rank pills long ago. He just didn't know the pill recipe and had never refined one before. After experiencing the first few failures, Yang Kai had become proficient in this process. The number of pills he could produce from a furnace of herbs was also gradually increasing. From the beginning, he could produce 2 or 3 pills, but now he could condense 4 pills, then 5. Out of 100 sets of materials, 10 sets had been wasted, and the remaining herbs had all been refined into pills, resulting in a total of more than 400 pills. Yang Kai had secretly kept 100 pills to avoid shocking the world. But now, it seemed that keeping 200 pills would not be a problem. Yang Kai needed source-congealing pills himself, and in large quantities at that. Even if he couldn't use them all up, he could sell them. There was absolutely no need to worry about a market for source-congealing pills. Kang Si-ran's expression made him feel very annoyed. However, fortunately, the source-congealing pills with pill veins had been kept by Yang Kai, which could be considered a consolation. After a long time, Kang Si-ran also chuckled, a somewhat nervous look on his face. Yang Kai seemed to be able to understand Kang Si-ran's mood a little, so he didn't say anything. After all, Kang Si-ran didn't expect Yang Kai to be so amazing. He alone could produce as many pills as the previous 3 alchemists combined. Kang Si-ran had only hoped that Yang Kai would not waste too many herbs, but the result had greatly surprised him. The violent ups and downs of his mood made it impossible for him to suppress the joy in his heart, so it was only natural for him to laugh out loud. Chapter 1982. How is that possible? Old Ghost Kong actually took out more than 30 bottles of source condensing pills? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Inside Pill Pavilion, Xuanning-Si's pretty face was gloomy as she stared at the First Order Origin King cultivator in front of her and asked in a deep voice. The cultivator, who was short and stout, nodded and said, "Subordinate is not mistaken. Those more than 30 bottles of spirit pills were indeed source condensing pills. As soon as they were taken out, they were immediately snatched up by many people. Subordinate also expended a great deal of effort to purchase 3 pills." Saying so, he respectfully placed the jade bottle containing the 3 spirit pills in front of Xuanning-Si. Because Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pills were so popular, Kong Si Ran stipulated that any customer could only buy 3 at a time. 3 source condensing pills were enough for an Origin King cultivator to use for 10 days to half a month. When they ran out, they could buy more, and it just so happened that Spirit Pill Plaza would produce new source condensing pills. This way of selling was also one of the important reasons why Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pills were so popular. Because of the tight supply of source condensing pills, the black market of Maplewood City had even begun selling them. Although they were only 20% more expensive than those sold in shops, they were still in short supply. Many Origin King Realm cultivators did not care about the extra 20%. They just wanted to convert the Saint Chi in their body into source Chi as soon as possible. Are they really source condensing pills? Xuanning-Si poured out the 3 spirit pills and frowned even more. Shopkeeper, could these spirit pills have been refined by that guy named Yang Kai? The short and fat cultivator asked. Xuanning-Si sneered and coldly snorted. Do you think he can refine so many spirit pills in 10 days? What kind of alchemist do you think he is? Even a Dao source-grade alchemist does not have such ability. Shopkeeper is right. Subordinate was too stupid. The short and fat cultivator thought about it and agreed. Although he did not know much about alchemy, he knew how many spirit pills were needed to refine and how much energy an alchemist would consume to refine a furnace of spirit pills. A person could refine more than 300 spirit pills in 10 days, even if they had enough time. It was impossible for him to have so much energy. This kind of thing was too comical. It looks like old Ghost Kong still has some reserves, Xuanning-Si said thoughtfully. This old fogey really isn't easy to deal with. What should we do? I've heard that the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce will send 2 alchemists to Maplewood City in 2 months. If we can't take down the Spiritual Pill Plaza in 2 months, we'll have to deal with them. At that time, we won't have much of a chance. Hearing this, Xuanning-Si gently nodded, a cold killing intent flashing through her beautiful stars-like eyes. The killing intent bloomed slightly, making the short and fat cultivator shudder involuntarily. You can go now. Keep an eye on the Spirit Pill Plaza. If there's any movement, report it to me immediately. Xuanning-Si waved her hand. Yes. After the short and fat cultivator left, Xuanning-Si picked up another source condensing pill with a puzzled expression, sniffed it, and carefully observed it for a while. She murmured, "Strange. These pills don't look like they have been stored for a long time. They look like they were newly refined." She had noticed this before. After all, although Xuanning-Si wasn't an alchemist, she had dealt with spirit pills all year round, so she had some insight. The 3 spirit pills in front of her were round and smooth. They were plump and gave off a pure pill fragrance. Obviously, they were high-quality goods. What Xuanning-Si cared about the most was that these spirit pills seemed to have been refined recently. Could they have been refined by that alchemist named Yang Kai? This thought appeared in Xuanning-Si's mind, but she quickly rejected it. No matter what, she didn't want to believe that a person could refine so many spirit pills in such a short time. She would rather believe that old Ghost Kong had been prepared for this and threw out his stock. After pondering for a moment, she stretched out her slender jade fingers. She picked up a spirit pill and stuffed it into her mouth. After swallowing it, she circulated her secret art to dissolve its medicinal efficacies. She had already reached the peak of the Origin King realm, and all the source chi in her body had been transformed, so she didn't need source condensing pills to assist her. She just wanted to test the efficacy of this spirit pill, so she did this. At first, Xuanningsi's expression didn't change, but as time passed and the medicinal efficacies began flowing through her body, her face couldn't help changing slightly as she opened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "This is." She found that the medicinal efficacies contained in these source condensing pills were even stronger than the source condensing pills sold by Spirit Pill Plaza in the past. Although this increase was very subtle and almost imperceptible, it was still there. Old Ghost Kong, that idiot, actually found that Grandmaster to modify his pill recipe again? Xuanningsi suddenly thought of this possibility. Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe made Xuanningsi extremely jealous, and it was also the main reason why she had spared no expense to poach 3 alchemists from her rival. These 3 alchemists, for various reasons, would not leak their pill recipes to others, but it was not a problem to provide them with materials to refine them. As long as they were poached, Pill Pavilion would be able to sell the same pills as Spirit Pill Plaza in the future. At that time, Spirit Pill Plaza's only advantage would be gone, and it would be much easier to suppress them. But today's discovery made Xuanningsi very angry. Old Ghost Kong was really cunning. He must have known her plan, so he changed the pill recipe again to make the source condensing pill even more effective. In this way, Spirit Pill Plaza still had the advantage in terms of medicinal efficacies. Xuanningsi's lungs were about to explode. What was the point of her spending so much to poach 3 alchemists from her rival? Old Ghost Kong, you idiot, just you wait. In a few days, the Star Envoy from Star Soul Palace will come to Maplewood City. At that time, I want to see how you will fight with me. Xuanningsi muttered to herself angrily. At the same time, in the underground alchemy room of Spirit Pill Plaza, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and turned all his alchemy experience over the past few days into insights, examining them one by one and accumulating them. After refining so many furnaces of source condensing pills, Yang Kai naturally had some gains. This kind of gain was not just the harvest of 100 source condensing pills, but also the growth of his alchemy experience and comprehension of the alchemic Tao. A few years ago, he triggered the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone on Watermoon Star, and since then, he had a unique advantage in the alchemic Tao. That time, the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone had caused a fundamental change in his alchemy talent. Not to be modest, Yang Kai's alchemy aptitude was not inferior to Xiaoning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body in the slightest, and even surpassed him in some aspects. It was precisely for this reason that he was able to get started so easily after obtaining the new pill recipe and was able to refine even better pills. Xuanningsi guessed wrong. Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe had not changed. It was just that Yang Kai was refining it himself, and the medicinal liquid he condensed was much purer, so the spirit pills he refined were much more effective. And this was just the beginning. Xuanningsi believed that as Yang Kai continued to refine pills, the spirit pills he refined would become more and more powerful, eventually becoming unique. Kong Si Ran ordered another 100 sets of source condensing pill materials to be delivered, but he also told Yang Kai to rest for a few more days before opening the furnace again. He was more concerned about Yang Kai's physical condition than Yang Kai himself. Now, in Spirit Pill Plaza, there was only one alchemist, Yang Kai, in charge, and he alone could take on 3 others, so Kong Si Ran did not dare to neglect him. Since taking away more than 300 source condensing pills that day, his attitude towards Yang Kai had become more and more amiable, granting almost all of his requests. But then again, Yang Kai did not seem to have any requests. At this time, Yang Kai was absorbing the insights he gained from the past few days while taking source condensing pills to transform the Saint Chi in his body. A few days passed by quickly, and Yang Kai opened the furnace again. 100 sets of materials were divided into different categories. Yang Kai wore a solemn expression as his conflagrated knowledge pulsed inside the purple origin furnace in front of him. Herbs were thrown in one after another, and under the powerful power of his divine sense, the impurities were removed and the medicinal liquids were condensed. Various spirit arrays were drawn and formed inside the furnace. Yang Kai's movements were extremely skillful, without the slightest hesitation. His control of the flames was so perfect that it could almost make an emperor-grade alchemist gasp in amazement. The timing of the herbs he threw in was also perfect. The change in his talent made it much easier for Yang Kai to perform alchemy. For Yang Kai, Alchemy was almost like eating and drinking. It was a kind of instinct. He clearly knew what kind of spirit array to inscribe, which spirit array would have the best effect, when to use the right amount of heat, and when to add the required herbs. When alchemy became an instinct, even failing to refine a pill was an extravagant hope. Coupled with his powerful conflagrated knowledge C, which was a natural advantage that all alchemists dreamed of, Yang Kai had walked in front of many people on the alchemic Tao. Although he had not put much effort into it all this time, the great Tao was obscure and elusive, and only a few lucky people could reach out and touch it. Yang Kai was undoubtedly one of them. As the pill fragrance began to diffuse, Yang Kai's expression became more and more focused. He did not let his guard down because of his proficiency and instead became even more cautious. Inside the purple origin furnace, various medicinal liquids were mixed, and under the influence of the spirit arrays and conflagrated knowledge C, a magical transformation took place. When the pill fragrance condensed to a certain extent, Yang Kai suddenly moved. Both of his hands were constantly forming mysterious seals as streaks of light shot into the purple origin furnace and disappeared. A sense of ancient desolation suddenly filled the air, as if this set of seals did not belong to the current era, but rather to the ancient era. However, this set of techniques was in harmony with the great Tao and contained countless mysteries. As he displayed this technique, Yang Kai's strength and spiritual energy were rapidly drained away like a broken dam, unable to stop himself from being consumed. 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. This was a set of extremely profound pill condensing techniques, which had no effect on cultivation and could only be used when an alchemist condensed pills. There were countless pill condensing techniques and secret arts in the world, each with its own merits. Grandmaster Zhuode, who competed with Yang Kai in the Alchemy Dao in Water Sky City, had once created a set of Red Lotus magical hand seals, which was sought after by countless alchemists within the territory of the Homeland Star. In the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture, there was also a pill condensing technique, which Yang Kai had studied quite a bit. However, this set of 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method did not come from the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture, but from the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone. Chapter 1983. On that day, during the competition between Yang Kai and Zhuode, it was because of the pill condensing technique that triggered the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone. That pill condensing technique was the prototype of the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. Yang Kai combined all his alchemy knowledge and lifetime of alchemy experience to comprehend it. With the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone, the omnipresent and all-encompassing heavenly Tao principles perfected this pill condensing technique for Yang Kai. Therefore, the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method could be regarded as the crystallization of the heavenly Tao. The truth of heaven and earth was everywhere, and only those who were fated could comprehend it and benefit infinitely. Yang Kai's 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method was a product of heaven and earth itself, but he was able to peek into it by chance. Even if he wanted to teach such a technique to others, they would not be able to comprehend it because this was the affirmation of the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone. At that time, Yang Kai felt that this pill condensing technique was extremely mysterious. If he wanted to comprehend it thoroughly, he would not be able to do so in a short time. Now, it seemed that it made some sense. After all, this 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method, which was born in the territory of Home Star, was still an extremely high-end technique in the star boundary. All the pills that he had refined, he had used the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method to end the pill. At this moment, it was time to condense the pills. As the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method was used, the pill fragrance in the alchemy room became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, there was even a strange sound coming from the purple origin furnace. Realizing that the time had come, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed at the purple origin furnace. The lid flew up, followed by 6 rolling spirit pills. Yang Kai took out the jade bottle he had prepared and put it away. Only 6. Yang Kai frowned slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied. Theoretically speaking, one set of source condensing pill materials could condense up to 9 pills, which was the limit of most pill recipes. Yang Kai had good aptitude in alchemy and a unique pill condensing technique like the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. But after all, he was just an Origin King grade high-rank alchemist. Even if he tried his best, he could only condense 6 pills at a time. 3 pills short of the limit of 9. But this was already amazing. There were very few alchemists who could refine a spirit pill to its limit. Those who could do this were all great grandmasters with reputations throughout the entire star boundary. Alchemists like alchemists, it was impossible to achieve such results every time. The 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method was the method 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method, and Yang Kai was able to achieve this was mostly thanks to the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. That was the reason why so many alchemists were masters had a profound condensing technique. This was because a good pill condensing technique meant that one could refine more pills at the last moment, which in turn saved a lot of materials, time, and energy. When Yang Kai first began refining source condensing pills, he could only condense 2, but now, only 10 days had passed. Yang Origins Yang. Although it seemed that he was not far from the limit of 9, sometimes 1 or 2 pills could become an insurmountable gap. If Yang Kai wanted to reach this limit, he would need a lot of practice and experience. 100 sets of materials. Yang Kai spent 6 or 7 days consuming them. He deliberately failed a dozen times to avoid Kong Si Rant's suspicions. In fact, according to his ability, refining source condensing pills now was as easy as closing his eyes. Naturally, he wouldn't fail. When Kong Si Rant received a notice to collect the pills, Kong Si Rant's expression was extremely interesting. Although he had already experienced this once, Kong Si Rant still couldn't believe that Yang Kai could refine 100 spirit pills in such a short time. In terms of quantity, there was almost no difference from the last time, more than 300 pills. Yang Kai kept more than 200 source condensing pills this time. Alchemist Yang, it is this old master's honor to be able to cooperate with you. Kong Si Rant looked at Yang Kai with a smile. If it weren't for you, my spirit pill plaza would have really closed down. Words cannot express my gratitude for Alchemist Yang's kindness. If Alchemist Yang has any request in the future, this old master will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. It is my duty. Shopkeeper Kong is too serious. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yang Kai's modesty and geniality made Kong Si Rant smile even more heartily. He had never seen such a young, capable alchemist without putting on airs. Which one of the 3 alchemists of Spirit Pill Plaza wasn't extremely difficult to serve? Every time Kong Si Rant came to pick up the pills, the 3 of them would wear gloomy expressions, as if he owed them millions of source crystals. Even though Kong Si Rant's cultivation was higher than theirs, he still had to put on a polite smile and carefully deal with them. He also had to complete all kinds of strange requests for them. For example, Fan Hong. Every time he finished alchemy, he had to find a beautiful virgin to relax with, and this virgin's cultivation couldn't be lower than an Origin Returning Realm Master. There were many Origin Returning Realm cultivator in Maplewood City, but Spirit Pill Plaza definitely wouldn't pay a low price for such a woman. The requirements of the other 2 alchemists were even more outrageous. One wanted to drink the 10,000 safflower wine, which was only available in the City Lord's mansion, while the other wanted to eat the demon flame fruit that grew in the depths of the flame swamp. A small cup of the 10,000 safflower wine cost 1,000 source crystals. What's more, it was a special gift from the City Lord's mansion. If Kong Si Rant hadn't had some connections, he wouldn't have been able to obtain it. The demon flame fruit was even rarer. The depths of the flame swamp was a dangerous place where even a Dao Source Realm cultivator might not be able to survive. The value of the demon flame fruit that grew there was naturally extraordinary. 5,000 source crystals for a single fruit was already considered low, with 7,000 to 8,000 possible. The key was that this thing could only satisfy one's appetite and had no use for improving one's strength. Every time he thought of this, Kong Si Rant's heart bled. This alchemist Yang, on the other hand, not only had an amiable personality, he also didn't have any other requirements. Only a few alchemic pills were enough to satisfy him. In contrast, Yang Kai's noble character was far superior to those 3 pieces of trash. Now that those 3 were in Pill and Artifact Pavilion, that cheap maid Juaning Si could deal with them. Considering all this, Kong Si Rant's mood suddenly improved. Alchemist Yang, do you want to rest for a few more days? With the source condensing pills you provided this time, our Spirit Pill Plaza won't need to worry about supply for the next half a month. Kong Si Ran saw Yang Kai being so conscientious and felt a little moved, so he took the initiative to propose. Oh, if you have enough source condensing pills, do you want to refine other spirit pills? Yang Kai asked. Kong Si Ran chuckled. The demand for other spirit pills is not very high, and this old master still has some in stock, so there is no need to worry. Alchemist Yang, you should take a good rest. Don't tire yourself out. Very well, I'll rest for a few days. Yang Kai thought for a while before nodding and replying. That would be best. By the way, Alchemist Yang has just arrived in Maplewood City. Would you like to go out with this old master tomorrow? Go where? Yang Kai looked at Kong Si Ran suspiciously. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly and said, It's like this. A star envoy from Star Soul Palace has arrived and is now in the City Lord's mansion. This old master is fortunate enough to be invited to accompany the Star Envoy's master tomorrow and can bring one person with him. A star envoy from Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai raised his brow. Seeing him like this, Kong Si Ran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not so ignorant as to not know about Star Soul Palace. After all, this was the overlord of the entire Southern Territory, the sect where the Bright Moon Great Emperors were. And the Bright Moon Great Emperors was one of the 10 Great Emperors. And as a star envoy from Star Soul Palace, his status was obviously extremely respected. Why would a star envoy from Star Soul Palace come to Maplewood City? Yang Kai frowned. After all, Maplewood City was not very prosperous, so it was impossible to attract such a character. But soon, Yang Kai suddenly realized, could it be because of the matter in Clear Jade Mountain? Indeed. Kong Si Ran nodded. Traces of a Luan Feng have appeared in Clear Jade Mountain. During this time, many foreign masters have come to Maplewood City to investigate. Alchemist Yang, you have been performing alchemy here day and night, so you don't know much about the outside world. The reason the Star Envoy Master came here is naturally because of the Luan Feng. Otherwise, how could so many masters have come to this small Maplewood City? Who are these people? Yang Kai suddenly became curious. He was not here to gossip, but to inquire about the power structure of the Southern Territory. Hearing him ask this question, Kong Si Ran naturally told him everything he knew. The news of the Luan Feng's appearance spread very quickly, and almost all the great sects and great forces in the Southern Territory have come. From what this old master knows, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, and Azure Sun Temple are all great sects second only to Star Soul Palace. In addition, it seems that Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce have also sent masters, but this old master is only responsible for business matters, so he was not notified or contacted with the masters of his Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran said unhurriedly, there are also countless small and medium-sized forces. Now, Maplewood City is bustling with activity. Do they want to track down the whereabouts of the Luan Feng? Yang Kai looked stunned. That's not it. Kong Si Ran laughed in surprise. The Luan Feng is an ancient divine spirit, and even the 10 great emperors may not necessarily be able to defeat her. Who would dare risk their lives to track her down? It's just, after all, the appearance of a divine spirit will naturally attract the attention of many. Moreover, all the great forces know that they won't be able to track her down, but they can't just ignore it. In fact, the people who have come are not the true elders of those sects, but also some newcomers who have come to accumulate experience and see the world. So that's how it is. Although our Spirit Pill Plaza is not a big deal, it is still a property of Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce, so the City Lord has taken great care of it. This time, in order to welcome and accompany the Star Envoy Master, this old master has been invited. Alchemist Yang, are you interested in joining us? Would you like to see the place where the divine spirit appeared in Clear Jade Mountain? I heard that the world-extinguishing black flames are still burning there, and even a Dao Source Realm cultivator does not dare to enter them easily. However, we will not go too deep either. We just want to relax and broaden our horizons to see what the world-extinguishing black flames are like. I've already deeply experienced those flames. Yang Kai thought secretly. Chapter 1984. When the Luan Feng appeared, Yang Kai was in Clear Jade Mountain. It could be said that among the cultivator who had observed the Luan Feng up close, Yang Kai was the only one who was still alive. The others were all dead. Naturally, he had no interest in Kong Si Rant's proposal. So, he declined Kong Si Rant's invitation. Although shopkeeper Kong felt it was a pity, he did not say anything. After all, not everyone wanted to show their face in front of the Star Envoy Master in hopes of receiving guidance. Everyone had their own aspirations and could not be forced. Kong Si Ran admired Yang Kai's free and easy temperament, so after telling him to rest for a few days, he left. Yang Kai simply packed up and left Spirit Pill Plaza, returning to the secluded home he rented in Maplewood City. The next day, a magnificent, extremely large, and luxuriously decorated ship flew out of the city lord's mansion and headed straight for clear Jade Mountain. On the ship, there was a symbol of the moon and stars. This was the symbol of Star Soul Palace, the overlord of the Southern Territory. All the cultivators in Maplewood City were shocked. At this moment, Yang Kai rented a white Jade Dragon horse carriage and ordered the coachman to go to a street in the western part of the city. Even if Maplewood City was not famous in the Southern Territory, it still occupied a vast area. Flying was not allowed in the city, so cultivators who wanted to save time could only rent this white Jade Dragon horse carriage. The white Jade Dragon horse was said to have the bloodline of an ancient divine dragon, but it was extremely thin. It had a gentle temperament and was easy to domesticate. It was also very suitable for pulling carriages. After half an hour, they arrived at their destination. Yang Kai paid the fare and got off the carriage. Coming to a remote corner, he took out a set of clothes he had prepared in advance from his space ring and put them on. Lifting his hat to cover his face, Yang Kai walked straight to the bustling street in front of him. Here, Maplewood City's black market. Although he had not been in Maplewood City for long, he had already inquired about the existence of the black market. The so-called black market was a place that could not exist openly, but it was a street that was tacitly permitted by Maplewood City's city lord's mansion. Here, there were many spoils of war from killing and robbing. Many things that couldn't be sold in the open could be found in a good market here. There were also some items of unknown origin that could be sold here. The cultivator who entered and exited the black market all consciously followed a rule. They did not ask about the origin of the goods, nor the seller's name and background. After the transaction was completed, they would have nothing to do with each other. In a place like this, it was easy to find some good things, so it was very popular and sought after by the cultivator in Maplewood City. Every day, it was packed with people. However, it was precisely because of that special rule that there were also some speculators. They would sell fake and substandard goods as good goods. This was a test of the buyer's eyesight and knowledge. If they were deceived because of greed, they would not be able to get away with it. He asked for it, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Yang Kai was a little worried that his outfit would attract too much attention. After all, he looked guilty and didn't look like a good person. However, when he entered the black market street, he realized that his thoughts were unnecessary. There were actually a lot of martial artists wearing similar clothes to him, and they were everywhere. This discovery made him immediately relax. As soon as he entered the street, a shifty-eyed old man quietly approached him with a mysterious look on his face. He pulled Yang Kai's clothes. His eyes drifted and signaled him to talk to the side. "If you have something to say, say it," Yang Kai said coldly. "Brother, this old man is looking for you to tell you something good. How can I say it in this place?" "Be careful that the walls have ears," the old man said while looking around. He was as vigilant as a mouse stealing oil. "Then don't say it." Yang Kai naturally knew that there were all kinds of people in this place. How could he be in the mood to waste time with a stranger? As he spoke, he strode forward. "Hey, little brother, don't go." The old man quickly caught up and stopped in front of Yang Kai. He gritted his teeth and said, "Well, little brother seems to be a busy person. Then this old man won't waste your time. Look at this." As he said so, he took out a wrinkled animal skin paper from his chest. It was unknown what kind of monster beast the animal skin paper was made of, but it still had a strong energy fluctuation. On the animal skin paper, there were complicated lines running through it, crisscrossing and looking very profound. The old man just waved the animal skin paper in front of Yang Kai and quickly put it away. Then he said bitterly, "To tell you the truth, little brother, this treasure map is a treasure passed down by this old man's ancestors. This old man's ancestors followed the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. And this treasure map points to the heaven-devouring great emperor's treasure. This old man's strength is too low to look for the treasure. Today, seeing little brother, we hit it off very well. How about I sell this treasure map to you at a cheap price? The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows.
Yes.
The great emperors who had the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy? Who else could it be but him? The old man looked at Yang Kai with exultation. So little brother knows about the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy. That is a top-secret art that even heaven and earth cannot tolerate. To tell you the truth, this secret art is very likely to be in this treasure trove. If little brother can obtain this secret art, it will only be a matter of time before you become one of the 10 great emperors. Haha, I already know the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy, so I have no interest in your treasure map. Go find someone else. I'll sell it to you for 5,000 source crystals. This is a top opportunity. Little brother, do you want to consider it? The old man shouted behind Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. The old man suddenly became angry. Brat, if you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. How dare you boast that you know the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy? Do you really think this old man is a fool? After saying that, he muttered to himself, isn't this trick too easy to see through? Should I change to another method? Just as he was worried that no one had been fooled for several months and that he was penniless, a martial artist walked over from the corner of the street. That martial artist was a young girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. The young girl was not ugly, and her figure was also very good. It was just that half of her face had a large crescent-shaped birthmark that ruined her overall beauty, making people sigh and wring their hands. The young girl bounced over from that side, like a happy little elf, with a face full of innocence. Seeing this, the old man immediately greeted her with an extremely kind smile on his face. What are you doing? The young girl was startled and immediately took a few steps back, looking at the old man warily. Young girl, don't be afraid. This old man has no malicious intentions. The old man's smile became even more amiable. Then what do you want to do? The young girl looked the old man up and down, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with instinctive vigilance. The old man chuckled and pretended to be profound. This old man and this young girl are destined to meet here, so I want to give you a great opportunity. When the young girl heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she asked in surprise, Great opportunity? What great opportunity? Tell me, tell me. In the depths of her heart, she was overjoyed, thinking that the legends and stories Ani Feng had told her when she was a child were not lies. In this world, there really were such opportunities and good fortune. In those stories, ordinary cultivators, because of the guidance and benefits given by mysterious old men, would soar to the heavens and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, achieving unparalleled greatness and being worshipped by hundreds of millions of people. When she was a child, she listened to these stories with great interest, but this time, after coming out for more than half a year, the young girl thought that Ani Feng was just trying to deceive her, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Now that a mysterious old man was going to give her a great opportunity, the young girl couldn't be more excited, her heart jumping with joy. In an instant, the old man who was good at deceiving others became an extremely powerful master in the eyes of the young girl, and the reason he appeared in this crowded place was to find a suitable successor. And she was undoubtedly that peerless genius, 1 in 10 million. So she was chosen by this master. As for her casual dress, well, a little sloppy. Wasn't this how a master should look? Heh. The old man revealed a mouthful of big yellow teeth and smiled mysteriously, then reached into his chest and took out the wrinkled animal skin paper. Granny, is there a shop here that sells spirit pills? Yang Kai stood in front of a stall, looking at the silver-haired, trembling old woman and asked, 500 source crystals for one, refined by this old woman herself. The old woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile and pointed to a pile of unknown things in front of her. Yang Kai frowned and said, I'm asking if there is a shop here that sells spirit pills. Oh, you want to buy too? I'll give you a discount. 900 source crystals for two. No haggling. The old woman raised her hand and waved it back and forth, looking as if she had just taken advantage of him. Don't pretend to be deaf and mute with me. Do you believe I won't flip your stall upside down? Yang Kai glared at the old woman in front of him fiercely, showing off his powerful third-order origin king aura at the right time. The old woman's face changed, and her previous senile appearance disappeared, replaced by a cold look. Little thing, you don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. You really don't know any manners. A first-order origin king pretending to be deaf here? Are you trying to tease me? Yang Kai looked at her contemptuously. Go over there. Don't block this old woman's way of doing business. It's hard to do business these days. The old woman casually pointed in a direction, and in the blink of an eye, she returned to her previous trembling appearance. Following the old woman's directions, Yang Kai soon arrived at the entrance of a shop. The shop assistant was a normal person, unlike the old woman and old man he had met before. After asking Yang Kai why he had come, the shop assistant warmly welcomed him in, arranged a room for him, served him tea, and asked Yang Kai to wait for a moment before retreating respectfully. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and simply sipped his tea while waiting quietly. Chapter 1985. The reason why Yang Kai had come to the black market was because he had no choice but to do so. And the biggest reason was the 300 or so source condensing pills. These source condensing pills had been secretly embezzled by Yang Kai. If he used them himself, he wouldn't be able to use them all, and keeping them would be a waste. As for selling them, he had no good channels. After all, the origin of this batch of source condensing pills was not so open and above board. Yang Kai couldn't open a store to sell these pills himself. If he really did that, he would definitely be criticized by the people of Spirit Pill Plaza. So, he could only come to the black market. This was the best and most suitable place. He basically had no source crystals on hand, so after selling this batch of spirit pills, he could at least save himself some money. Not long after, a round fatty pushed open the door and entered. The fatty's face was flushed red, and his body was full of fat. When he walked, the floor creaked. His two eyes had already narrowed into a slit, and the slit in the slit was shining brightly. As soon as he entered, the fat man cupped his fists enthusiastically and said, "This humble one is Jin Fu Gue. Greetings, young lord." He tactfully didn't ask Yang Kai's name, because people who came here didn't like others inquiring about their details. Yang Kai got up and said, "Shopkeeper Jin is too polite." Looking up and down, Yang Kai was surprised to find that this fat man was also a third-order origin king cultivator. Moreover, the strength in his body was quite vigorous. It seemed that he had also completed the transformation of his source chi. Even if there were many such existences in Maplewood City, there were definitely not many of them. Like Kong Si Ran and Zhuaning Si, he could be considered a master in Maplewood City. Jin Fu Gue sat down with a genial face, the chair under his buttocks groaning. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "I heard from the shop assistant that young lord has a batch of spirit pills on hand?" "Indeed." Jin Fu Gue heard this. His small eyes lit up as he asked, "Dare I ask what kind of spirit pills young lord has?" This Jin has some face in Maplewood City, so young lord can rest assured that young lord will trade here. This Jin has always offered a fair price and has a good reputation. I will never reveal the slightest bit of information about the guest. Please rest assured about this. Shopkeeper Jin can say that. That's for the best. Yang Kai nodded before reaching out to take out a jade bottle from his space ring and pushing it in front of Jin Fu Gue. "Shopkeeper Jin, take a look. This is the spirit pill I want to sell." Jin Fu Gue raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai. Then, he picked up the jade bottle, opened the cap, and looked inside. In the next moment, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He exclaimed in surprise, "Is it the source congealing pill?" Things like source congealing pills were never lacking in demand, especially in the black market. There were at least 8,000 people waiting to buy source congealing pills every day. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, this kind of spirit pill would be snatched up as soon as it appeared. Therefore, Jin Fu Gue was very satisfied with the goods brought by Yang Kai. "How many guests are there?" Yang Kai gestured a number with his hand. Jin Fu Gue was moved. 300? "Sir, You actually have such means to obtain 300 source congealing pills? He swallowed a source congealing pill. It was enough for a first-order Origin King cultivator to consume for 10 days, a second-order Origin King for 6 or 7 days, and a third-order Origin King for 3 or 4 days. Therefore, 300 source congealing pills might not seem like a lot, but it was definitely not a small number. Any Origin King realm cultivator who obtained these source condensing pills would not have to worry about source chi conversion for the next few years, or even a decade. What puzzled Jin Fugue the most was where Yang Kai had obtained such a large number of source congealing pills. However, this was a confidential matter, so he tactfully did not ask. After pondering for a moment, Jin Fugue said, "The quantity is indeed not small, but the quality." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Jin can give it a try." Jin Fugue did not refuse and nodded after hearing this. "Then please forgive this Jin for being rude." While speaking, he poured out a source congealing pill from the jade bottle. Stuffing it into his mouth, he silently circulated his secret art to dissolve it. After a short while, the fat on his face trembled slightly. A look of surprise flashed across his small eyes. These were source congealing pills refined by Yang Kai with the pill recipe provided by Spirit Pill Plaza. In terms of quality, there was absolutely nothing to complain about, even better than the source congealing pills sold by Spirit Pill Plaza in the past. Jin Fugue was a third-order Origin King and had dealt with spirit pills all year round, so how could he not be able to tell the difference? He was secretly shocked as he realized that the origin of these source congealing pills in Yang Kai's hands was very likely extraordinary. The room fell silent for a while, with only Jin Fugue tapping his hand on the table again and again, as if he was deliberating about something. After a long time, he said, "The quality of customer's source congealing pills is unquestionable. How about I offer customer this price?" Saying so, he stretched out his hand and gestured. Yang Kai could not help but sneer. "Shopkeeper Jin, in your eyes, is this the only price of my source congealing pills? If that's the case, I'd be happy to go to other stores to have a look." Jin Fugue lightly coughed and said, "Customer, please listen to me. This batch of source congealing pills is indeed high-quality goods, but if this store sells them, it will require some manpower and labor. You can't just not make a profit, right?" Shopkeeper Jin's words make sense. Yang Kai nodded. "But there is no need to worry about a market for source congealing pills. I don't even need to go to any stores. I only need to stand on the street and shout, and I'm afraid they will all be snatched up. Shopkeeper Jin, are you sure you want to give up this great opportunity to make money?" Jin Fugue's face suddenly twitched as he steeled his heart and gestured again. "Then how about this price?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said, 500 for one. Perhaps we will have a chance to cooperate again." Jin Fugue frowned when he heard this, but soon made a decision, stood up, and said, "Then we'll do as customer says. I hope that the next time customer has source congealing pills, customer must consider this store first." Naturally, naturally. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "By the way, in addition to source congealing pills, I also have some other pills here. Shopkeeper Jin can help me estimate them." The other pills Yang Kai mentioned were naturally the ones he had obtained from helping the disciples of Blue Feather sect with alchemy. There were many of them and many kinds, but their grade and popularity could not be compared to source congealing pills. Of course, Jin Fugue did not care about these things. For a black market merchant like him, as long as he could make money, it was enough. Immediately, the two of them counted and calculated. Jin Fugue took away most of the spirit pills in Yang Kai's hands, while Yang Kai received nearly 170,000 source crystals. This number gave Yang Kai some confidence. After all, he had only earned 30,000 source crystals from helping the disciples of Blue Feather sect with alchemy for an entire month. But now, in just half a month, he had earned 170,000 source crystals, and the biggest reason for this was the high demand and high price of source congealing pills. Coming out of Jin Fugue's shop, Yang Kai was still wearing his black robe. He was not in a hurry to go back and instead wandered around the black market. In this kind of place, it was easy to find some good things, but the chances were very small. After all, there were not many cultivators who did not know what was good for them, and it was rare for them to sell treasures like garbage. Yang Kai wandered around but did not gain anything. Just as he was about to return home, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. There was a trace of anger and grievance in the voice. "Why are you all so unreasonable?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard this voice, and the image of a young girl immediately flashed in front of his eyes. Impossible, right? Yang Kai thought to himself, but he had only been in Maplewood City for a few days and did not know many people, so the only voice that sounded familiar to him was this young girl. His curiosity was piqued, and he hurriedly walked over. Not far away, a group of people was watching something, and many cultivators were pointing at the center of the field. Yang Kai parted the crowd and looked inside. In an instant, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the center of the field, a young girl in a dark green dress was frowning as she looked forward. She was petite, had a full chest, and a graceful figure. Her face was delicate and pretty, and her skin was fair. The most striking thing about her was the large crescent-shaped birthmark on her cheek. There were also several bulging cloth bags hanging from her waist. No one knew what was in them. Emo Xiaoqi. Yang Kai could not believe his eyes. It really was Emo Xiaoqi, the innocent girl he had met in Clear Jade Mountain. She was still alive? To be honest, seeing this little girl alive and kicking, Yang Kai inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, and the guilt that had been in his heart disappeared in an instant. That day in Clear Jade Mountain, the divine spirit was angry, and the black flame destroyed the world, and Clear Jade Mountain was poisoned, and Emo Xiaoqi had disappeared. Yang Kai thought she had died and felt quite guilty at the time. Because if he had been close enough to Emo Xiaoqi, he could have pulled her into the sealed world bead before the black flame reached her. But because of a momentary lapse in judgment, this innocent girl had died under the Luan Feng's wrath. At that time, Yang Kai did feel a little guilty. Although he was not very familiar with Emo Xiaoqi, the impression she gave him was quite good, and there were very few girls like Emo Xiaoqi in this world. Now that he saw her again, Yang Kai was overjoyed, but at the same time, he wondered how she had managed to escape from that place. After all, the Luan Feng's indiscriminate attacks were too terrifying, and if he did not have the sealed world bead, he would not have been able to escape death. But thinking about it carefully, this little girl's origins were extremely mysterious, and she had a dazzling array of high-grade artifacts on her. Perhaps she had used the power of some kind of artifact to escape. Thinking so, Yang Kai's evaluation of Emo Xiaoqi rose a few notches. After all, an artifact that could withstand the Luan Feng's wrath was at least an emperor artifact, and Emo Xiaoqi being able to possess an emperor artifact showed that her origins were unimaginable. But at this moment, this girl with great origins was in a predicament. Opposite her, a group of cultivators were surrounding a young man. This young man looked handsome and elegant, but his pair of lustful eyes were constantly sweeping Emo Xiaoqi's body back and forth, especially her full twin peaks, which attracted this young man's attention. However, when he shifted his gaze to Emo Xiaoqi's face, a look of extreme regret appeared on his face, as if he hated the unfairness of the Creator, his expression full of complaints against the blood and tears of the heavens. Chapter 1986. Why are you being so unreasonable? I saw this thing first and even paid for it with source crystals. Why should I give it to you? Emo Xiaoqi was holding something in one of her hands behind her, but as she puffed out her full chest, facing the dozen or so burly men without fear. Girl, you can't say that. Since my young lord has taken a fancy to this thing, he must buy it. How many source crystals did you pay? We'll pay you double. Please take out that thing so as not to hurt our friendship. Opposite them, a man coldly snorted, his aura fluctuating as he spoke, his threatening tone obvious. Do you think I care about your source crystals? Emo Xiaoqi pouted before turning to an elderly man beside her and asking, Tell me, did I buy it from you first? The old man was obviously the seller as he wore a frown on his face. Hearing this, he glanced at Emo Xiaoqi, then at the dozen or so menacing men opposite him before letting out a hollow laugh. Probably yes. What do you mean probably? Emo Xiaoqi looked at him in amazement. Didn't I give you source crystals? I just gave you a few extra source crystals, and you even thanked me. The old man's mouth twitched as he fell silent. The young man who had been surrounded by many cultivators suddenly chuckled and looked at the old man. Old sir, How many source crystals did this girl pay you? The old man hesitated for a moment before replying softly, 8,000. 8,000? That's not much. This young lord offers 10,000. How about you sell it to me? The young man looked at the old man with a smile. 10,000? The old man was overjoyed when he heard this and nodded repeatedly. Good, good. After agreeing, he wore a troubled look. But this thing has already been bought by this girl. What does that matter? When it comes to business, the highest bidder wins. The young man smiled heartily. Turning to Emo Xiaoqi, he said, Girl, you should have heard clearly. This young lord has bought this old sir's thing for 10,000 source crystals. Please take out. The highest bidder wins? Emo Xiaoqi ground her teeth angrily. Before he could finish speaking, she said, Good, then I'll pay 20,000. Hearing this, the old seller was pleasantly surprised. He had never thought that his item could be sold for such a high price. At the same time, he was a little vexed. Since the two of them were fighting over it so fiercely, it was obviously a good item. Unfortunately, he didn't recognize it and sold it as an ordinary item, allowing others to pick up a great bargain. The young man frowned as a fierce look appeared on his face. This young lord offers 30,000. More than source crystals? You think you can beat me? 50,000. Emo Xiaoqi threw out a number lightly. Immediately, it was as if an invisible sledgehammer had smashed down, smashing the youth across from him. The young man glared at her and roared, Little girl, do you know who I am? How dare you steal from me? How would I know who you are? Emo Xiaoqi looked at him with disgust. Besides, you're the one who wants to steal from me, right? You're too unreasonable. Fine, 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 you little girl. He really wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. This young lord will let you know what's good for you. I am Flying St. Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuancheng. If you know what's good for you, leave this thing behind and scram. If you don't, heh, this young lord will make you leave this thing behind. Ning Yuancheng grinned meaningfully as his eyes swept over Emo Xiaoqi's body maliciously. Flying St. Palace. This person is Ning Yuancheng? This girl is in big trouble. When Ning Yuancheng's voice fell, Emo Xiaoqi didn't react, but the surrounding cultivator's expression changed slightly. After all, although Flying St. Palace wasn't a first-class force in the entire Southern Territory and couldn't be compared to Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, or Azure Sun Temple, however, it still had some fame. It was far from being comparable to the great forces around Maplewood City. As the young palace master of Flying St. Palace, Ning Yuancheng's reputation was naturally not small. At the very least, in this part of the Southern Territory, his name was well known. During this time, due to the appearance of the Luanfeng, many forces had gathered around to investigate. This caused many forces to head to Jade Clear Mountain to investigate the situation, and Flying St. Palace was naturally no exception. The leader of this group was none other than young palace master Ning Yuancheng. However, after their trip to Clear Jade Mountain, they didn't gain anything and had decided to rest briefly in Maplewood City on the way back. But they hadn't expected to encounter such a situation in the black market. Ning Yuancheng wore a smug expression on his face. He had thought that after he revealed his name and the great force behind him, this woman who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would definitely apologize and even throw herself into his arms to beg for forgiveness. And, although this little girl had a large birthmark that affected her appearance, her figure was still quite good, especially her pair of large breasts, which were definitely interesting to play with. When night fell, she would take off her clothes and turn off the lights, making no difference. Flying St. Palace? What's that? I've never heard of it. Emo Xiaoqi frowned slightly, a blank look on her face. Ning Yuancheng's smug expression instantly stiffened, and the faces of the many Flying St. Palace cultivator also became gloomy. Bold madwoman, you dare insult my St. Palace? Take her down for me. This young lord will let her know what Flying St. Palace is. Ning Yuancheng ordered fiercely. The dozen or so Origin King Realm cultivator took action without hesitation. Maplewood City was a small city, and even its city lord was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Its two vice city lords were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, so there were only 3 Dao Source Realm cultivators in total, So these flying St. Palace cultivators didn't put them in their eyes. Not to mention a place like the black market. Even if they were on the streets, they would still dare to act. So what if it was the city lord's mansion? Could it oppose flying St. Palace? The dozen or so people rushed out at the same time, 3 of them moving the fastest and arriving beside Imo Xiaoqi in an instant. 2 of them reached out to grab Imo Xiaoqi's fragrant shoulders, while one of them sent a palm strike towards Imo Xiaoqi's lower abdomen. Strength surged from each of their palms. Fortunately, they knew that their young lord's order was to capture, not kill, so they all held back. The onlookers exclaimed, all of them showing sympathetic looks. After all, a group of old men coming together to bully a little girl. Although this little girl was also a third-order origin king, it was still enough to arouse sympathy from the onlookers. Yang Kai also couldn't bear to see this happen and averted his gaze, clicking his tongue a few times. His sympathy was not directed at Imo Xiaoqi, but at the flying St. Palace cultivator who had taken the initiative to attack her. What happened on Clear Jade Mountain that day was still fresh in Yang Kai's mind. Even he, who had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and had taken countless origin mixing pills, had been injured by Imo Xiaoqi's attacks, let alone these ignorant fools. What's more, Yang Kai had only wanted to grab Imo Xiaoqi and take her away with him at that time, so he had not used any of his strength. But now, these people had attacked in anger. As for the consequences, sure enough, a series of screams rang out, causing all the onlookers to be stunned. After seeing the change in the situation, their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. The 2 cultivators who had reached out to grab Imo Xiaoqi's fragrant shoulders screamed and flew back the moment they touched her, their palms bleeding profusely. It was unknown what had caused these wounds, but they were so deep that even bone could be seen, causing the onlookers to be horrified. The cultivator who had sent a palm strike towards Imo Xiaoqi's lower abdomen was in the most miserable state. After his palm struck, although Imo Xiaoqi was slightly shaken, the cultivator also let out a scream and fell back, his palm burning with pain. Looking around, the cultivator saw a human face mark appear on his palm for some reason. This face's facial features were distorted as it let out a shrill howl that seemed to reach the depths of one's knowledge sea. This cultivator instantly froze in place as a huge ghost face suddenly appeared in his knowledge sea. This ghost face was green and had sharp fangs, its mouth wide open as it devoured his spiritual energy like it was drinking from a spring, an extremely joyful expression appearing on its face. This cultivator was unable to resist at all, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. What? Ning Yuancheng saw this scene and immediately exclaimed. Everything in front of him was beyond his ability to comprehend. It was clearly his 3 cultivator subordinates who were attacking Imo Xiaoqi, but the other party just stood there without moving, her eyes filled with panic, as if she didn't know how to fight back. But before she could do anything, his 3 cultivator subordinates had already suffered heavy casualties, 2 injured and 1 dead. Such a result was simply blinding. What kind of secret technique is this? Is this little girl pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Could it be that she is some old witch who has lived for thousands of years and is hiding her cultivation and pretending to be innocent? All kinds of thoughts appeared in Ning Yuancheng's mind, causing his back to be soaked with sweat in an instant. Retreat. At that moment, the remaining cultivators also rushed to Imo Xiaoqi's side, but they were all shouted back. Everyone reacted quickly, and seeing the situation turn bad, how could they dare to attack Imo Xiaoqi at will? One after another, they retreated in fear and shock. A person with a gloomy face walked out from behind Ning Yuancheng. This person seemed to be a middle-aged man who had been standing silently behind Ning Yuancheng before, his expression as calm as an ancient well. Only now did he slowly walk out and stand in front of Ning Yuancheng. As the young palace master of Flying St. Palace, when he went out, he would naturally be accompanied by 1 or 2 masters. This person was the Flying St. Palace master responsible for protecting Ning Yuancheng, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, Lu Yizhi. As a second-order Dao Source Realm master, his eyesight was naturally extraordinary, and he could tell at a glance that Imo Xiaoqi's background was extraordinary. Just now, it was he who had sensed the situation and ordered his disciples to retreat. He silently stood in front of Ning Yuancheng, blocking all possible angles of attack as he stared at Imo Shaoqi solemnly, his eyes deep, as if he wanted to examine her from the inside out. You, what do you want to do? Imo Shaoqi didn't come back to her senses until now and shouted with a fierce look on her face, "Don't come any closer. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Be careful. Be careful I don't beat you up." The onlookers couldn't help rolling their eyes. You're not someone to be trifled with? Isn't that obvious? Do we need you to tell us that? Chapter 1987. Lu Yizhi frowned slightly. Although he instinctively felt that Imo Shaoqi's demeanor wasn't fake, nor did she look like an old witch who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, he still didn't dare to take her lightly. After thinking about it for a while, he asked in a deep voice, "May I ask young lady's name?" Imo Shaoqi gritted her teeth and glared at him, not answering. Lu Yizhi's frown deepened. The other party's silence really put him in a difficult position, so he could only ask again, "May I ask which sect young lady comes from? I see that young lady looks somewhat familiar, vaguely similar to someone I know. Perhaps our two sects have some kind of relationship. If that is the case, please tell me, lest the Dragon King's temple be washed away by the flood and we fail to recognize each other." He was obviously trying to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. After all, Lu Yizhi really couldn't see through Imo Shaoqi's mysteries. It was best not to provoke such a person easily, otherwise, it was very likely that it would bring disaster to his sect. Especially now that Maplewood City was filled with dragons and snakes mixed in with people from various great forces, Lu Yizhi felt that Imo Shaoqi was most likely a direct descendant of some super sect. Anyone with a little bit of experience would know what to say in the face of Lu Yizhi's speech. But how could Imo Shaoqi know this? She didn't expect to give Lu Yizhi and the people from Flying Saint Palace a way out, so she simply said, "What relationship? I've never even heard of your Flying Saint Palace, so how could it be related to my spirit, us?" Lu Yizhi's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot as he secretly cursed Imo Shaoqi for being so insensible, wondering if she really didn't understand. However, Imo Shaoqi's slip of the tongue just now made Lu Yizhi secretly shocked. Imo Shaoqi clearly wanted to say spirit or something. However, in the star boundary, there were many great forces that started with the word spirit, and there were several that Flying Saint Palace couldn't afford to provoke. For a while, Lu Yizhi couldn't infer the true origins of the other party. Just as he was feeling like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, a strange laugh suddenly came from the crowd. Who is it? Lu Yizhi was still annoyed, so when he heard this, he naturally looked towards the source of the sound without any trace of politeness. What he saw was a person wrapped in a black robe, whose face couldn't be seen, but from the sound of this person's voice. But he could tell that this person was a man, a third-order origin, not much different from Mo Shaoqi. The black robe was naturally Yang Kai. He Yizhi man. Others might not know Mo Shaoqi's temperament, but Yang Kai was well aware that if he didn't handle this matter well, even if Flying Saint Palace had scruples, they would still attack Imo Shaoqi for the sake of their sect's face and reputation. When that time came Yizhi's Yang. Although she had many miraculous abilities, the other party was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator who was able to draw upon the world principles. It was hard to say whether the artifacts on her would be able to display their full potential. Faced with Lu Yizhi's inquiry, Yang Kai ignored him and instead walked directly towards Imo Shaoqi while saying, "Young lady, so you're here. It took me a long time to find him." Me? Young lady? Imo Shaoqi instinctively felt her heart clench, thinking that her whereabouts had been exposed and that her father had sent someone to catch her. So she subconsciously took out something from her space ring and prepared to escape. But she soon felt that something was not right, because that person's voice was somewhat familiar to her. At that moment, Yang Kai revealed a bit of his face. Imo Shaoqi was taken aback, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. "Ah, it's you. You didn't die." Yang Kai covered his face again. Chuckling meaningfully, he said, "Young lady, don't be too harsh on me. Although subordinate is resilient, he can't block your killing blow. I've been recuperating for many days. I've finally recovered." While speaking, Yang Kai quietly winked at Imo Shaoqi. Fearing that this little girl was blind, he quickly sent her a divine sense message, telling her not to speak. Imo Xiaoqi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. The surrounding cultivator listened with black lines on his face, all of them looking at Yang Kai sympathetically, as if they were looking at a poor subordinate responsible for the safety of their noble young lady. Not only did he have to work hard as a nanny, but he also had to guard against his young lady's murderous intentions. Young lady, what happened here? Yang Kai pretended to have only just noticed the anomaly, turning his head to look around as he asked, immediately becoming furious as he shouted, "Who dares be so bold as to attack my young lady? Are you tired of living?" He was a third-order origin king cultivator, but in front of a second-order Dao source realm master, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his murderous intent was so thick it was almost tangible, overflowing from his body, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. Good. Such a bold person actually exists in this world. Heh. I'm afraid even if the Star Envoy Master comes, he won't be able to save your life. Yang Kai sneered as he swept his eyes around, the scarlet eyes hidden under his black robes making him look like a mad beast. If it was just this ferocious appearance, it would have been fine. However, the information revealed in his words caused Lu Yiji's expression to suddenly collapse. Even the Star Envoy Master was powerless here. So where did these two come from? Could they be the heirs of the senior leaders of the Southern Territory's Star Soul Palace? Lu Yiji was so frightened, so there was no need to even mention Ning Yuancheng. He had thought that in Maplewood City, as the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, he could do whatever he wanted. No one dared to provoke him. How could he have known that he would suddenly provoke a noble existence that even the Star Envoy Master did not put in his eyes? In an instant, Ning Yuancheng's face turned pale and his legs trembled as he looked at Lu Yiji imploringly. Although the latter was a powerful second-order Dao source realm cultivator, in front of those great forces, what did such a cultivation count for? Any random person from Star Soul Palace could crush Flying Saint Palace to dust. Secretly gulping, Ning Yuancheng braced himself and cupped his fists. "This friend, please calm your anger. Just now, there was some misunderstanding between this young lady and my young lord. A few disciples who did not have eyes and offended this young lady have already been punished. I hope this friend can be magnanimous and forgive them. Is that so?" Yang Kai squinted at Lu Yiji. "Indeed. Friend, look, this young lady is actually unscathed. Humph. If young lady was injured, do you think you would still be standing here talking to me?" Yang Kai sneered. Lu Yiji was furious. After all, the gap in cultivation between him and Yang Kai was huge. No origin king had ever dared to speak to him so shamelessly, but Lu Yiji did not dare show it because the other party's background was not small. There was definitely more than one third-order origin king protecting this young lady. Perhaps there was an even more powerful master hiding in the dark. When the man in the black robe was talking to him, he made a few strange hand gestures in a certain direction. Obviously, he was informing his companions of some information. Discovering this, Lu Yiji's forehead gradually oozed cold sweat, because under the perception of his divine sense, he could not detect the existence of any master here. There was only one possibility for this situation. There was a master hiding in the dark who was stronger than him. "Dare I ask this friend, where are you from?" Although Lu Yiji was intimidated by Yang Kai, he was still a little unwilling, so after hesitating for a moment, he still carefully probed Yang Kai's origins. "Humph." Yang Kai snorted as he swept his eyes over them, not answering directly. "Are you from Flying Saint Palace?" "Yes," Lu Yiji nodded, not knowing why Yang Kai asked this. "You want to know where we are from?" "Sure, come here and I'll tell you, but you'll have to pay a price." Yang Kai smiled slightly before whispering, "Within 3 days, Flying Saint Palace will be removed from the Southern Territory, but I don't know if you can afford this price." Lu Yiji trembled as his face suddenly paled. "Do you still want to know?" Yang Kai stared at him contemptuously. This Lu misspoke. "Please don't take offense, friend." Lu Yiji was completely intimidated, so how could he dare ask another word? A group of clowns, frogs at the bottom of a well. This king is too lazy to lower himself to your level. Seeing that young lady is unharmed, this king will let you off this time. But if there is a next time, Yang Kai's expression became angry as he narrowed his eyes and stared at Luigi, slowly saying, "You understand." Luigi's entire body was soaked with sweat, so at this moment, he no longer cared about his sect or his face, quickly cupping his fists and saying, "Many thanks, friend." Saying so, he quickly pulled Ning Yuancheng, who had been standing in place for a long time, as if 2 of his 3 souls had left his body, and shouted, "Let's go." The remaining Flying Saint Palace disciples did not dare to linger, quickly picking up the corpses on the ground and following Luigi. "Young lady, let's go." Only now did Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief and quickly shouted to Emo Xiaoqi. At this moment, this little girl was staring at Yang Kai with a look of worship on her face. Her 2 eyes were practically twinkling like stars. "Let's go." Yang Kai couldn't help urging her in a low voice when he saw her like this. After all, Luigi was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai might be able to fool him for a while, but he wouldn't be able to fool him forever. If Luigi realized something and came to him for confirmation, it would be over. Acting so presumptuously in front of a second-order Dao Source Realm master, what good would come out of it? "Hey, don't go. What happened to the 50,000 source crystals we agreed on?" The previous seller, who seemed to be willing to sacrifice his life for wealth, quickly shouted after hearing Yang Kai's words. "You have the nerve to ask for 50,000 source crystals? Do you believe I won't take your life?" Yang Kai glared at him, causing the old man to smile awkwardly and step back, keeping a safe distance from Yang Kai. "Let's go." Yang Kai grabbed Emo Xiaoqi's wrist and prepared to take her away from here. In the next moment, he let go of Emo Xiaoqi as if he had been electrocuted, his palm dripping with blood. "Ah, I'm sorry, big brother Yang." Emo Xiaoqi finally recovered and began to apologize in a hurry. Chapter 1988. Maplewood City, inside Yang Kai's cave mansion. Yang Kai and Emo Xiaoqi were sitting across from each other. After leaving the black market, Yang Kai took Emo Xiaoqi and hurriedly fled back here. Along the way, he deliberately checked to see if anyone was following them, and at the same time, he took some detours. After confirming it was safe, they returned to the cave mansion. "Big brother Yang, you're amazing." Emo Xiaoqi cupped her cheeks with both hands, looking at Yang Kai with a smitten expression on her face, her beautiful eyes shining brightly, not stingy with her worship and admiration. "You scared those hateful guys away with just a few words. How did you do it?" Yang Kai chuckled dryly. If it were anyone else asking him this question, Yang Kai would definitely think they were mocking him, but since it came from Emo Xiaoqi, it was genuine praise. "They were just overthinking it," Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Today's matter was indeed the result of Flying Saint Palace's people overthinking it, and it was also the result of the current situation in Maplewood City. If it weren't for the current chaotic situation in Maplewood City, Yang Kai's words today might not have had any effect. But now, there were many people from various great forces in Maplewood City, and although Flying Saint Palace was not bad, it was not the best, so Luigi would naturally have some scruples. "Let's not talk about this. Xiaoqi, why are you here?" Yang Kai changed the topic. "I've always been here." Emo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai inexplicably, not knowing why he would ask such a question. "By the way, the cave mansion I rented is very close to Big Brother Yang's, so why haven't I seen you before?" "I didn't live here before. I didn't return until today." "Oh. Actually, I wanted to ask, Xiaoqi, how did you escape from Clear Jade Mountain last time?" Yang Kai looked at Emo Xiaoqi suspiciously. After all, when he came out of the sealed world bead, he had deliberately searched for Emo Xiaoqi, but there was no trace of her at all. At that time, he thought that Emo Xiaoqi must be dead, burned to ashes without leaving any trace. However, he had never expected to see him again in Maplewood City today. "That day, I used this thing to escape." Saying so, Emo Xiaoqi took out something from her space ring and placed it in front of Yang Kai. "This is..." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He stared at the beast's skin on the table, which was emitting a strange energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was very familiar to Yang Kai. It was the fluctuation of space energy. The beast's skin was only about the size of 2 palms. There were many mysterious lines and runes engraved on the beast's skin, forming a mysterious pattern. Yang Kai reached out and touched it, feeling it carefully. After a while, he was shocked. This thing has the ability to transfer space? Hearing this, Emo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, Big Brother Yang really cultivates the Tao of space. You can even sense this. You know that I cultivate the power of space? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. That's right, when you fought in Clear Jade Mountain, didn't you use your space force? I noticed at that time because when you used your space force, the feeling was a bit similar to when Uncle Li fought. Uncle Li? It's Uncle Li Wu Yi. He also cultivates the Tao of space and is very powerful. This thing was made by him to save my life. Emo Xiaoqi was not wary of Yang Kai. She didn't know if it was because it was easy to change a leopard's spots, or because Yang Kai had never had any malicious thoughts towards her. Saying so, she explained, Uncle Li said that this thing can open a void corridor at a critical moment, so it's perfect for escaping. I originally had two, but I used one in Clear Jade Mountain last time, so now I only have this one left. Emo Xiaoqi showed a hint of reluctance as she spoke. You can directly open a void corridor with a spirit array on this bee skin? Yang Kai was shocked. Although his research and attainments in the Tao of space were extremely extraordinary, it was absolutely impossible for him to make such a thing with his current ability. He could only rely on his own space force to teleport. Moreover, it was easily disturbed. Once the surrounding world energy became unstable, his teleportation would not be able to play much of a role. This was related to his strength, his attainments in the Tao of space, and the world principles of the star boundary. The world principles of the star boundary were countless times denser than those of the homeland star territory. As such, Yang Kai's teleportation was greatly suppressed in the star boundary. But that Li Wui was actually able to make a treasure like this bee's skin. Obviously, his attainments in the Tao of space were far beyond Yang Kai's reach. Big Brother Yang, I'm sorry. Emo Xiaoqi suddenly apologized with a guilty expression. Why are you suddenly saying this? Yang Kai looked up at her. When we were in danger last time, I wanted to take you with me, but the Luan Feng's attack came too quickly, so I could only later. I wanted to go inside to find you again, but I couldn't go too deep, so I thought you must have died. Hearing this, Yang Kai chuckled. In this regard, he and Emo Xiaoqi had the same idea. Both of them thought the other party must have died under the world-extinguishing black flames, but neither of them had expected the other to have a way to escape. Then how did you escape, Big Brother Yang? Emo Xiaoqi asked. I'm proficient in the Tao of space. Yang Kai casually made up a story. Oh, right. Uncle Li said that those who are proficient in the Tao of space have top-notch escaping abilities. Emo Xiaoqi suddenly realized. Seeing her completely believe him, Kai Yang's heart inexplicably filled with a sense of guilt. Next, the two began chatting casually again. However, under Yang Kai's intentional or unintentional inquiries, he also discovered that Li Wu Yi's cultivation was actually a master from the Emperor realm. He did not inquire about Emo Xiaoqi's origin. Sometimes, the less one knew, the better. Emo Xiaoqi's background was obviously extraordinary, something Yang Kai was well aware of. Big Brother Yang, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you come with me to look for treasures? Emo Xiaoqi suddenly proposed with great interest. Treasures? Yes, yes. Emo Xiaoqi nodded repeatedly, taking out an animal skin parchment from her space ring as she spoke. I bought a treasure map today. That person told me it was a treasure left behind by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. Maybe there is a heaven-devouring Great Emperor secret technique inside. This thing, why does it look so familiar? Yang Kai looked puzzled as he picked up the animal skin parchment and observed it carefully, a moment later frowning. How many source crystals did you buy this thing for? Yang Kai looked up at Emo Xiaoqi. 7,000. Emo Xiaoqi said proudly, it's not expensive, right? If we can really find the heaven-devouring Great Emperor secret technique, we'll be rich. Damn profiteer. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing in a low voice. Big Brother Yang, what did you say? Nothing. Yang Kai coughed lightly, hesitated for a moment, and then said earnestly, Xiaoqi, when you go out, people's hearts are sinister. Not everyone is as docile and kind as you. You must always be careful. I know. Auntie Feng used to tell me that a lot. In the star boundary, there are many deceitful people, so you can't believe everything they say. I know that too. Ha, this treasure map is fake. Yang Kai sighed softly, having no choice but to make things clear. Expecting this little girl to understand on her own was a bit too difficult for her. How could that be? That person swore there was definitely the treasure of the heaven-devouring great emperor, one of the great emperors from a long time ago. Mo Shaoqi looked at Yang Kai in disbelief and said absent-mindedly, "Could it be that the great emperors also lie? Whether the great emperors lie or not, I don't know, but the person who sold this thing definitely lied to you." Mo Shaoqi was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, she vaguely understood and shouted, "Hateful swindler! How dare he fool me? I'm going to find him." "Forget it, that person is definitely not here anymore. Where are you going to find him in this vast sea of people?" Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Mo Shaoqi suddenly pursed her lips, stomped her feet, and waved her small fists. "I'm so angry. Don't let me see him again, or I'll teach him a lesson." After throwing out these harsh words, her mood seemed to have calmed down a lot, and after thinking about it, she took out 7 or 8 more treasure maps from her space ring and said, "Big Brother Yang, take a look at these things. Are they real or fake?" Yang Kai fixed his eyes on them, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. "What about this?" Mo Shaoqi took out another thing, a black and useless night sky stone that could only be used for ornamental purposes. "Haha." Yang Kai laughed dryly. "What about this peerless secret art?" Mo Shaoqi threw out another thing. Yang Kai glanced at it, and suddenly his body shook. It was a peerless secret art. The pages were yellowed and looked quite old, and on the page were 2 large words, "Peerless secret art." It was as if she was afraid others wouldn't know this was a peerless secret art. But how simple must a person be to be fooled into buying so many useless things after a trip to the black market? If everyone in the world was like Mo Shaoqi, wouldn't those swindlers have already made a fortune? Yang Kai's silence made Mo Shaoqi extremely depressed, causing her to bury her head in her chest, as if she was shrouded in an invisible shadow. Seeing her look like she had suffered a huge blow, Yang Kai sighed softly and was about to comfort her, hoping she would learn from her mistakes and be more careful in the future when Mo Shaoqi suddenly raised her head and grinned. "This thing is definitely not fake." Saying so, she carefully took out an oval, light blue stone and placed it on the table. Seeing her confident look, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling interested. Releasing his divine sense to probe this thing, he found that it didn't give off any world energy fluctuations, just like a real stone. But what was strange was that this stone-like thing had an inexplicable power on its surface that prevented his divine sense from penetrating it. "What is this?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Mo Shaoqi smiled mysteriously. "A beast egg." Chapter 1989. "This is a beast egg?" Yang Kai was stunned. "How do you know this is a beast egg?" "I just know." Mo Shaoqi shook her head and replied with a proud look on her face. "Anyway, this thing can't be wrong. I just don't know what kind of monster beast's egg it is, but I can feel that it should be very powerful." "You have a secret technique that can sense it?" Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully. "That's right. This is what I was fighting over with that guy from Flying St. Palace. Maybe he also saw how extraordinary this thing is. Since you're sure it's a beast egg, then keep it carefully." Yang Kai didn't know much about this, but since Mo Shaoqi had a secret technique that could sense it, it couldn't be wrong. This was probably her only gain from visiting the black market. "By the way, Shaoqi, do you know anything about the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques?" Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked. "The heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. That's the secret art of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Of course I know." Mo Shaoqi nodded. The heaven-devouring great emperor relied on this supreme secret art to reach the peak step by step and become a top emperor. In his era, the heaven-devouring great emperor was an extremely powerful existence. Even among the 10 great emperors, he was ranked in the top 3. Oh, then the heaven-devouring great emperors are now. The heaven-devouring great emperors have already fallen. Mo Shaoqi smiled slightly. Rumor has it that the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques were rejected by heaven and earth. In the end, The great emperors were rejected by heaven and earth, so they became the demon race and died. But I know. At this point, she smiled mysteriously and whispered, "This is fake." Then what is the real truth? The heaven-devouring great emperors were besieged and fell in the shattered star sea, Emo Shaoqi said. His expression suddenly became unprecedentedly solemn. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he said in a serious voice, "The heaven-devouring great emperor's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 great emperors. Those who dared to besiege him." Emo Shaoqi put her finger on her lips. "This is a big secret uncle's secret. I also heard a few words from Uncle Li and Auntie Feng when they were chatting. Big brother Yang, don't go around talking about it, otherwise it is very likely to lead to a fatal disaster. In this world, there are not many people who know this secret." "I understand, but why are those existences attacking the heaven-devouring martial monarch?" "I don't know." Emo Shaoqi shook her head. With Emo Shaoqi's character, if she really knew something, she would never hide it. Since she said she didn't know, then she really didn't know. Yang Kai didn't ask more about this matter. Yang Kai instinctively felt that the reason why the heaven-devouring great emperor was besieged might be related to the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. It seems that it's time to study the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. Even though Yang Kai knew that Wu Mingchuan didn't have good intentions in teaching him the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, it was still a secret art mastered by the 10 great emperors. It would be a pity to just leave it alone. The two chatted for a while. Emo Shaoqi then left. Before leaving, Emo Shaoqi gave Yang Kai a sound bead and told Yang Kai that if he wanted to find her, he just needed to pour his divine sense into the sound bead. Yang Kai naturally nodded and agreed. Although Emo Shaoqi was too naive, she had an extraordinary background and was covered in precious treasures. What's more, her knowledge and experience in certain aspects were not something Yang Kai could compare with. Perhaps one day, Yang Kai would be able to borrow her strength. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse her kindness. Not to mention, everyone was now settling down in Maplewood City. By deepening their contact, it would be easier to take care of each other if any accidents happened. A sound bead was similar to a communication artifact, but Emo Shaoqi's sound bead was specially made and was more useful than a communication artifact. Judging from the energy fluctuations alone, it was obviously an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. After sending Emo Shaoqi off, Yang Kai arranged a large number of source crystals in his secluded home and activated all the forbidden spirit arrays without caring about the consumption. Now that he had a lot of source crystals, he naturally wouldn't be stingy in this regard. After ensuring his safety and concealment were safe, Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead and entered alone. Inside the small sealed world, it was still quiet. Yang Kai released his divine sense, and the situation inside the small sealed world was clear at a glance. In the medicine garden, the herbs he had obtained from the severed world were growing vigorously. These herbs were all Origin King grade, and if they were refined into pills, they would be of great benefit to the growth of an Origin King realm cultivator. Previously, Yang Kai was reluctant to use these herbs because they were extremely rare in the territory of Home Star. But now that he was in the star boundary, where the resources were even more abundant, these herbs were nothing to him. Therefore, he decided to refine these herbs into pills to facilitate his cultivation. He could also use these herbs to refine pills to improve his alchemy skills and see if he could break through the bottleneck of the Dao Source grade. If he succeeded, he could be promoted to a Dao Source grade alchemist. In the star boundary, an Origin King grade alchemist was nothing, but a Dao Source grade alchemist was definitely a top-notch character. Yang Kai's current strength wasn't high, so if he had the identity of a Dao Source grade alchemist as a shield, he may be able to save his life in a crisis. After busying himself, Yang Kai collected all the Origin King grade herbs and sorted them out, preparing to refine them into pills after leaving this place. Inside the small sealed world, in addition to the herbs in the medicine garden, there was also the monster insect queen and the ice flower exotic fruit he obtained from the bottom of the ice cliff. The area around the ice flower exotic fruit was extremely cold, but the monster insect queen was sleeping peacefully, seemingly absorbing the cold energy emitted by the ice flower exotic fruit to strengthen itself. After a period of recuperation and fusion, the monster insect queen, which had transformed into a blood beast, was much better, and the large and small wounds on its body also showed signs of healing. After all, although the monster insect queen's physical body was dead, Yang Kai's pure golden blood had a powerful restorative ability. What surprised Yang Kai the most, though, was that the purple and green twin swords given to him by Emo Shaoqi had actually begun to fuse with the monster insect queen's body. The purple and green twin swords were Origin King grade high-rank artifacts, and when the two swords fused together, they were comparable to ordinary Dao Source grade artifacts. Moreover, they were of the ice attribute, making them extremely suitable for the monster insect queen. When Yang Kai obtained the purple and green twin swords in Clear Jade Mountain, he had thrown them into the small sealed world without hesitation. Now, it seemed that the two swords were actually fusing with the two broken pincers of the monster insect queen. This was quite strange. At that time, Yang Kai only wanted to find a suitable weapon for the monster insect queen, so he had thrown the purple and green twin swords into the small sealed world. Now that he thought about it carefully, although the monster insect queen was now his blood beast, the sentience in its body was the manifestation of the sentient sword intent, so it had a natural affinity with sword-type artifacts. A blood beast, a sentient sword intent, and a monster insect body. When all these things were mixed together, Yang Kai didn't even know how to describe the monstrous monster insect queen. Unfortunately, it didn't have true sentience and wasn't a living creature. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have been looking forward to seeing how far it could grow. After observing the monster insect queen for a while and confirming that it was fine, Yang Kai found a place to sit down cross-legged, took a source condensing pill, and began to meditate in his mind while transforming his source chi. He wanted to comprehend the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method that Wu Mengchuan had taught him. At that time in the Bone Prison, although Yang Kai had also briefly reviewed this secret art, and felt that it was incredibly powerful and incredible, he didn't have much time to study it carefully. Moreover, after learning about the origin of this secret art, Yang Kai also felt that Wu Mengchuan had ill intentions and was unwilling to cultivate such a secret art. However, not cultivating it did not mean that it was useless. Stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade. Perhaps one could pry into a thread of mystery from this set of cultivation methods. Yang Kai quickly entered a state of selflessness. Cultivating to this point, he had come into contact with a lot of secret arts and secret techniques, so he naturally had some insight and insight. But after comprehending it, he found that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method was more mysterious and powerful than any secret art or secret technique he had come into contact with. Devouring all things with aura from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and turning them into his own. When he reached the peak and achieved the Emperor physique, he could even devour the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Yang Kai was shocked. The creator of this secret art, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, was definitely a madman. He even wanted to devour the stars and refine the heavens and earth. But on second thought, Yang Kai admired the heaven-devouring Great Emperor even more. Regardless of whether he was a madman or not, this person was definitely a heaven-defying genius, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create such a secret art. There was a rumor that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method was not tolerated by the heavens and earth, which was not a rumor. Such a secret art was indeed not tolerated by the heavens and earth, nor by other emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was eventually besieged by other emperors and fell into the shattered star sea, which could be said to be his own fault. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware of the inappropriateness of this secret art. Devouring and refining everything in the world that contained world energy for one's own use sounded very tempting, and it could allow one to grow rapidly in a very short time. But this kind of unrestrained devouring and refining was bound to be accompanied by great hidden dangers. Devouring all kinds of energy into the same body, if one didn't have a strong ability to withstand and convert it, it would only lead to a conflict between different kinds of energy, and it was inevitable that it would become the demon race. The most obvious example was Wu Mengchuan. The old man's temperament was perverse, cruel, and ruthless. Even his loyal subordinates would be killed without batting an eyelid. Obviously, it had something to do with the cultivation method he practiced. Moreover, if this secret art was really so magical, then Wu Mengchuan wouldn't have been in the third-order Dao source realm until now. he would have likely cultivated to the Emperor realm long ago. Useless. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Such a top-notch secret art had fallen into his hands, but it had become useless to keep and a pity to discard, which really made him feel regretful. In any case, he would never joke about his own future by cultivating this heaven-devouring great Emperor battle method. There was more than one path to the Emperor realm. Chapter 1990. Just as Yang Kai was feeling sorry for the heaven-devouring battle law, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind, and an exciting idea popped up in his mind. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics allowed one to devour the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's spiritual objects and use them as their own. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed them to devour and refine all kinds of minerals, eliminating the impurities and preserving the essences to strengthen themselves. The two were shockingly similar in some aspects. Moreover, the stone mongoose was not made of flesh and blood. In terms of adaptability and endurance, what creature in the world could be stronger than them? For example, Xiao Xiao could devour and refine the sun's true essence, let alone other things. If the stone mongoose were to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics, what would happen? Generally speaking, it was impossible for the Stone Puppet Clan to cultivate any kind of secret art because although they were extremely talented and powerful, their intelligence was simply too low, making it impossible for them to comprehend the mysteries of any secret art, let alone cultivate it. The creator was extremely fair. He had given the stone mongoose a strong physique and great destructive power. He had even given them an extremely high growth rate. However, he had erased most of their intelligence. If the stone mongoose also had high intelligence, they would definitely become a race comparable to the ancient divine spirits. Moreover, all of them had such intelligence. This was an extremely terrifying thing. However, Yang Kai had a Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya was originally transformed from the golden stone mongoose and merged with the entire floating continent. It was where Yang Kai's soul clone resided. The Dharmakaya was equivalent to Yang Kai's second body. The stone mongoose could not cultivate any battle tactics, but that did not mean the Dharmakaya could not. As he thought about it, Yang Kai's blood began to boil. He suddenly realized something. In the face of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics, the Dharmakaya had a unique advantage in cultivation. He quickly used his divine telekinesis to retrieve the soul clone that was residing in the Dharmakaya. Then, he poured the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics and many of his previous understandings into the soul clone. Only then did he appear where the Dharmakaya was in a flash. The soul clone flew out again and entered the mountainous Dharmakaya's body. Then, the Dharmakaya took an extremely strange posture. It looked solemn and dignified as it cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics. At first, there was no movement, but as time passed, a cracking sound suddenly came from inside the huge embodiment. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, thinking that something had gone wrong with his cultivation, but after carefully examining the situation inside his soul clone, he discovered that something was amiss. But that was not the case. The cracking sound continued, followed by rustling noises. Large pieces of rock-like objects fell from the embodiment's body. As soon as they hit the ground, they turned into dust and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai's soul clone. And he couldn't help but grin. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics were indeed extraordinary. It was simply a top-notch cultivation method tailor-made for the Stone Mongoose clan. That was because the things that fell from the Dharmakaya were all impurities and useless things that had been devoured. Back then, the Dharmakaya had merged with the entire floating continent. For the past few years, it had been using the Stone Mongoose clan's divine technique to refine it. Unfortunately, the progress was very slow, so its body had always been huge and inconvenient to move. Yang Kai had never thought of using the Dharmakaya in many battles because of this reason. Its body was too big. He wanted to get it out of the sealed world bead. It would consume a lot of divine sense. Why would Yang Kai use it unless he had no other choice? Based on the previous progress, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 10 or 20 years for the Dharmakaya to gradually shrink to a height of 100 feet. Only then could he use the Dharmakaya at will. But when that time really came, Yang Kai's strength was definitely not at its current level. How much help could an Dharmakaya comparable to a third-order origin king exert? In fact, Yang Kai had always had a headache about the Dharmakaya, but he had no good solution and could only ignore it. But now, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics seemed to be able to solve this problem. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics, coupled with the Stone Mongoose clan's divine technique, allowed the Dharmakaya to refine impurities at a much faster speed. Countless impurities fell from the Dharmakaya, leaving behind only its essence. The Dharmakaya's outer shell seemed to have been peeled off. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Dharmakaya could become another great help to Yang Kai. But that wasn't all. What excited Yang Kai the most was that the Dharmakaya also had a set of secret arts that could be cultivated to become stronger. The Stone Mongoose clan couldn't cultivate and could only use their divine technique to devour ores to strengthen themselves. Xiao Xiao had grown up this way. But now, not only did the Dharmakaya have the Stone Mongoose clan's divine technique, but it also had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics. With this two-pronged approach, as long as there were enough materials, the Dharmakaya's strength could be greatly improved in a very short time. *DDD. Where the Dharmakaya was, a meteor shower began to fall. Countless impurities fell from its body and soon formed a thick layer on the ground. With his soul clone presiding over the Dharmakaya's cultivation, Yang Kai didn't need to pay much attention to it. As such, Yang Kai soon began to cultivate in peace nearby, concentrating on transforming the source qi in his body. The starlight in his body had been exhausted, so if he wanted to accelerate the transformation of his source qi, he could only rely on source condensing pills. Although the effect was slower than that of the starlight, the source condensing pills refined by Yang Kai were of high quality, so they weren't bad. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the speed at which he consumed source condensing pills was much faster than that of an ordinary origin king. For an ordinary third-order origin king cultivator, taking a single source condensing pill was enough to support their cultivation for about 3 days. In other words, during these 3 days, the source condensing pill's medicinal efficacies would remain active, but Yang Kai used up all of them in a single day. After thinking about it, he could only think of the reason for this because he was a star master. As a star master, perhaps the speed at which he transformed his source qi was much faster than that of an ordinary origin king. As such, the consumption of source condensing pills was also much greater. However, this was a good thing for Yang Kai. He didn't need to worry about source condensing pills now. He could just refine more once he ran out. What was most urgent right now was to completely transform his source qi as soon as possible and improve his combat effectiveness to reach the standard for breaking through to the Tao Source realm. Time flew by and 7 days passed. Yang Kai walked out of the sealed world bead. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately noticed that someone had touched the barrier around his secluded home. After investigating further, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown, took out his identity token, and deactivated all the barriers. Outside the secluded home, a man dressed like a waiter was waiting anxiously, holding a communication artifact in his hand. He seemed to be constantly communicating with someone. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in his ear, "Come in." The waiter was taken aback when he heard this, but he was immediately overjoyed and quickly pushed the door open to enter. "Greetings, Alchemist Yang." The waiter quickly saluted. "No need to be polite. Did shopkeeper Kong ask you to come find me? What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. This waiter was a clerk from Spirit Pill Plaza. Yang Kai had seen him a few times before, so he recognized him. Shopkeeper Kong said that you can go to the Pill Plaza as soon as you come out of seclusion. He has something important to discuss with you. Shopkeeper Kong is back? Kong Serene had been invited by the City Lord's mansion to accompany him to clear Jade Mountain to investigate the situation where the Luan Feng had appeared. Yang Kai knew about this, but that place was now engulfed in black flames, so nothing could be found. Calculating the time, it was about time for Kong Serene to return. Shopkeeper Kong returned the day before yesterday. Alchemist Yang, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you come with me to the Pill Plaza to talk with Shopkeeper Kong? Shopkeeper Kong has urged you many times, the waiter said with a smile. All right, I'll go right away, Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't know why Kong Serene was in such a hurry to find him, He knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Kong Si Ran to have a clerk stand guard at the entrance of his secluded home. Without needing to pack anything, Yang Kai immediately left the secluded home and rushed to Spirit Pill Plaza with the waiter. Not long after, they entered the Pill Plaza and Kong Si Ran immediately pulled Yang Kai into a secret room. Seeing him acting so mysteriously, Yang Kai couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What is shopkeeper Kong doing?" Kong Si Ran chuckled and said, "Alchemist Yang, there's good news." "What good news?" "Star Envoy Master is going to give us an opportunity. Don't you think that's a good thing?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Kong Si Ran's words were so vague that it was difficult for him to understand. "It's like this." Kong Si Ran poured a cup of tea for Yang Kai and said, "In 3 days, Star Envoy Master will open the 5-colored treasure pagoda in Maplewood City." 5-colored treasure pagoda? Yang Kai was even more confused. "What's that?" Kong Si Ran suddenly opened his mouth wide, seemingly quite surprised that Yang Kai hadn't even heard of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. But after thinking about all the ignorant deeds Yang Kai had done before, Kong Si Ran patted his head and said, "This Kong was confused and didn't explain it clearly to Alchemist Yang. Please don't take offense." Yang Kai wore an embarrassed expression, knowing that Kong Si Ran was giving him face, so he didn't say anything and just stared at him seriously. "The 5-colored treasure pagoda is an emperor artifact." "An emperor artifact?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "And among emperor artifacts, it is an extremely high-level one." Kong Si Ran smiled slightly, seemingly very satisfied with the look on Yang Kai's face. "However, the 5-colored treasure pagoda is a very special emperor artifact. It has no offensive or defensive abilities. If it can't attack or defend, what can it be used for? For cultivation?" Although Yang Kai was a little ignorant about the star boundary, he still knew some common sense. The functions of an artifact were nothing more than offensive and defensive, so it could only be used for cultivation. More or less. Kong Si Ran chuckled. "The 5-colored treasure pagoda is used for experience, and it has always been a treasure that only the cultivator of Star Soul Palace is qualified to enter." Listening to shopkeeper Kang's words, could the interior of this 5-colored treasure pagoda be a world of its own? Yang Kai immediately thought of this possibility. Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai in amazement and said with admiration, "Alchemist Yang is really sharp and quick-witted. The interior of this 5-colored treasure pagoda is indeed a world of its own, an extremely mysterious one at that." Chapter 1991. After listening to Kong Si Ran's explanation, Yang Kai finally understood what was going on. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was a supreme treasure of Star Soul Palace and was extremely famous in the star boundary. This was not just because it was an emperor artifact, but also because it was extremely special. The interior of the 5-colored treasure pagoda was a world of its own, somewhat similar to the sealed world bead, but much more complete than the sealed world bead in Yang Kai's hands. It was rumored that the 5-colored treasure pagoda was born in the hands of great emperors Mingyu, the master of Star Soul Palace, but in fact, before the great emperors became famous, the 5-colored treasure pagoda had already taken shape. However, it was later obtained by the great emperors Mingyu and refined into its final form. The space inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda was said to be an ancient battlefield that contained many ancient treasures and spirit grasses. The terrain of the battlefield was unpredictable and had always been stored inside Star Soul Palace. It was the most popular and easiest place for Star Soul Palace disciples to go to for life experience. As long as a disciple of Star Soul Palace met certain requirements, they could enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda for life experience. There, they could refine their cultivation, improve their combat skills, comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory's principles. Although the 5-colored treasure pagoda had existed for countless years and countless cultivators had entered it to gain experience and seek out opportunities that belonged to them, the number of treasures inside had never decreased. The reason for this was simple. Entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda was not without risk. Many of the disciples of Star Soul Palace had died inside, and the space rings of those cultivators had naturally become the remnants of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, serving as targets for the next batch of cultivators to find. The entire five-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 levels. The first and second levels were for Origin King Realm cultivators, while the third and fourth levels were for Dao Source Realm cultivators. As for the highest 5th level, it was for the Emperor Realm cultivator to experience and pursue the Great Dao. Inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, there were not only hidden ancient artifacts and spirit grasses and spirit medicines that had grown for countless years. What tempted the cultivator the most was the power of the laws of heaven and earth and the origin of the stars that occasionally appeared briefly. This was because it was a dilapidated ancient battlefield. In the ancient times, countless powerful experts fought there, shattering the heaven and earth, shattering the stars, and collapsing the natural laws. That was why it was inside the pagoda. There were also many fragmented laws of nature and incomplete star sources. Both of them were incomplete, but they contained many mysteries and wonders. If a cultivator could comprehend them, they would be of great help to any cultivator. After the Origin King Realm was the Dao Source Realm, where a cultivator would begin to comprehend world principles. However, at the Dao Source Realm, a cultivator could only use simple world principles. To truly use the laws for one's own use, and to enforce the law with one's words, was a profound mystery that only the experts of the Emperor Realm could touch upon. In the Star Boundary, countless Origin King Realm cultivators had completely transformed their source chi, but were still unable to break through to the Dao Source Realm. The biggest shackle was that they were unable to comprehend the world principles. It was for this reason that Star Master cultivators were so popular in the Star Boundary. For example, Yang Kai had already begun to comprehend the world principles of Shadowed Star when he was just an Origin Returning Realm cultivator. Although that was only the world principles of a single cultivation star, which could not be compared to the world principles of the entire Star Boundary. However, if one understood one principle, one could understand all other principles. Yang Kai could be considered to have just begun to comprehend the world principles, so he would not face too many bottlenecks when breaking through to the Dao Source Realm in the future. He would even have a unique advantage when breaking through to the Emperor Realm. However, this kind of welcome was not just from the appreciation and expectation of a master. It was more from envy and plunder. The actions of Yin Lo Shang of Netherworld Sect were the best examples. As such, Yang Kai would not expose the secret of his Star Master status. So, Alchemist Yang should understand why the 5-colored treasure pagoda is open. Do you understand how beneficial it is to us? Kong Si-Ran asked with a bright face. I understand. If that's the case, then the 5-colored treasure pagoda is indeed a good place to go. Yang Kai nodded. That's not all. Kong Si-Ran smiled faintly. Kong Si-Ran smiled slightly. Alchemist Yang. You also know that Maplewood City is filled with dragons and snakes mixed in with snakes. Countless forces, large and small, have arrived. So after Sir Star Envoy opened the 5-colored treasure pagoda, how could these top forces not express their gratitude? What Shopkeeper Kong means is, Yang Kai trembled as he suddenly thought of a possibility. Hehehe, I won't hide it from Alchemist Yang. Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Azure Sun Temple, and many other great forces have all taken out a batch of precious materials and placed them inside the pagoda. Not only are there pills inside, but there are also secret arts, secret techniques, and even Dao Source-grade artifacts. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. If this was really the case, then the entire Maplewood City would be boiling with excitement. In the past, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for a cultivator who cultivated on their own or came from a low background to obtain some benefits from a great force, but this time, such a great opportunity had arrived. Countless treasures were hidden inside the pagoda, waiting for those who were fated to find them. How could any cultivator not rush to obtain them? Heavenly Martial Holy Land even took out 3 Dao Source fruits and placed them inside. Kong Si-Ran's expression suddenly became excited, and even his voice trembled. Alchemist Yang, as an alchemist, I'm afraid you know the role of Dao Source fruits better than anyone else. Dao Source fruits used to refine Dao Source pills? Yang Kai exclaimed. Exactly. Kong Si-Ran could not suppress the trembling of his hands and spilled water from his teacup. Dao Source fruits. In the entire Star Boundary, only a few top great forces can cultivate Dao Source fruits, and in the Southern Territory, Even Star Soul Palace does not have a Tao Source fruit tree. Heavenly Martial Holy Land is the only one, and only 6 Tao Source fruits are produced every 10 years. Heavenly Martial Holy Land is really bleeding a lot this time. Does shopkeeper Kong want this Tao Source fruit? Yang Kai saw the strange look on his face and immediately guessed. Of course this old master wants it. Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly. To tell you the truth, Alchemist Yang, this old master has been stuck in the Third Order Origin King realm for more than 200 years. This old master also knows that his aptitude is not high, and if nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid he will be stuck outside the Tao Source realm for the rest of his life. But if there is really a Tao Source fruit, this old master can still break through his bottleneck. Whether he succeeds or not, there is always a glimmer of hope. Although Kong Si Ran was the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza and was considered a member of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, because his strength was not high and his status in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was not high, he did not have the means to obtain a Tao Source Pill from the Chamber of Commerce. A single Tao Source Pill could create a Tao Source Realm cultivator, and Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would not casually bestow it to its subordinates. Only those with corresponding contributions would be granted. Kong Si Ran had to stay in Maplewood City for another 100 to 200 years, and if he made a certain achievement during this period, he might be granted a Tao Source Pill. Yang Kai could somewhat understand Kong Si Ran's excitement. A single Tao Source fruit could be used to refine a furnace of pills, and the limit of a furnace of Tao Source pills was 9. So, as long as he could obtain a Tao Source fruit, no matter who refined it, he would be able to obtain at least 1 or 2 Tao Source pills. Once he broke through to the Tao Source realm, his status in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would be completely different, and he would no longer have to stay in a small place like Maplewood City. Not to mention Kong Si Ran's desire, Yang Kai also had a need for a Tao Source pill. Once he finished transforming his Source Chi and peered into the mysteries of principles, he would be qualified to break through to the Tao Source realm. At that time, a Tao Source pill could greatly increase his chances of breaking through. Alchemist Yang, you won't miss the trip to the 5-colored treasure pagoda, right? Kong Si Ran calmed down and asked Yang Kai. Of course I will go and watch such a grand event. Yang Kai smiled slightly. That's good, that's good. Kong Si Ran laughed. Kong Si Ran laughed. If you miss this opportunity, you will never be able to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda in your life. But shopkeeper Kong, if this is really the case, then this experience will be extremely dangerous. You and I are both Third Order Origin Kings, so we don't have to worry about facing Origin King Realm enemies. But what if we encounter a Tao Source Realm Master? Haha. Alchemist Yang is overthinking things. Kong Si Ran waved his hand and smiled. Kong Si Ran smiled and waved his hand. Opening the 5-colored treasure pagoda is not so easy. Sir Star Emissary was kind enough to allow the cultivators of my Maplewood City to enter, but how could he open the entire 5-colored treasure pagoda? This time, only the first and second layers will be opened, so only cultivators at the Origin King realm and below can enter. No Tao Source realm cultivators will be allowed to enter. Is that so? Yang Kai was stunned, but after thinking about it for a moment, it was understandable. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was an emperor artifact, so opening it once would definitely consume a lot of energy. No matter how strong the Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace was, it was impossible for him to open the entire pagoda. If that were the case, Star Soul Palace would suffer a great loss. However, if this was the case, Yang Kai would be happy to see it happen. As long as there was no Tao Source Realm cultivator, he had nothing to fear. He just had to be careful of the dangers inside the pagoda. Indeed, I called Alchemist Yang here in a hurry to inform you of this matter. This news has not been officially spread yet, and only those who followed Star Envoy Master into Clear Jade Mountain know about it. I also received this news from the City Lord's Master. Since Alchemist Yang knows about it, please make preparations. Many thanks for Shopkeeper Kang's reminder, Yang Kai said gratefully. Alchemist Yang is too polite. Without you, Spirit Pill Plaza's future would be bleak. This can be considered a small repayment from this old master, so there is no need to worry. In that case, this Yang will take his leave first. I really need to go back and prepare. Yang Kai got up and said, See you in 3 days. Kong Si Ran cupped his fists slightly. Yang Kai nodded, and quickly left Spirit Pill Plaza. Returning to his secluded home again, Yang Kai took out the herbs he had collected from the medicine garden in the mysterious small world and immediately began to refine spirit pills. Although the ones who entered were all Origin Kings and below, so Yang Kai was not worried about encountering strong enemies. The more spirit pills he had, the better. If he encountered an emergency, they could be used to help him. There were a lot of herbs, so Yang Kai refined one furnace after another without any distractions. Chapter 1992. The next day, the news that Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda was about to open spread throughout Maplewood City. Countless cultivators cheered excitedly, praising Star Soul Palace's generosity. Only a few Dao Source Realm Masters were indignant. After all, the opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time had nothing to do with them. For a time, Maplewood City's pharmacies, artifact shops, and many other shops were overcrowded. The 5-colored treasure pagoda would open in 2 days, so the cultivator naturally wanted to be well prepared. They did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy a large number of life-saving and restorative spirit pills. They even gritted their teeth and bought artifacts that they had been reluctant to buy before. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Every cultivator understood this simple truth. If they wanted to gain anything from the 5-colored treasure pagoda and escape unscathed, they had to make more thorough preparations. Imo Xiaoqi had obviously also received the news and was very interested. She even used a sound bead to inform Yang Kai that they would enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda together in 2 days. Yang Kai agreed, feeling a little guilty in his heart. Imo Xiaoqi had informed him as soon as she received the news, but he had already known about it in advance and had forgotten to inform Imo Xiaoqi. If she wanted to go to the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai would certainly not stop her. Although this girl was simple and could even be said to be ignorant of worldly affairs, she was like a hedgehog. No one in the Origin King realm would be able to do anything to her. Yang Kai continued to focus on alchemy. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, in a secret room, a man and a woman were sitting cross-legged 10 meters across from each other. The man was about 40 years old, with a deep aura and a dignified appearance. He was wearing a black robe with a symbol of stars embroidered in silver thread on his chest. Although these stars were inanimate objects, they looked very real. They flickered with a mysterious light. Silver Star Envoy. Only the Silver Star emissary of the Star Soul Palace dared to wear this kind of attire. It was a symbol embroidered with silver thread. This was the characteristic of a Silver Star Envoy. In the Star Soul Palace, Star Envoys were divided into 3 ranks. From top to bottom, they were Gold Star Envoys, Silver Star Envoys, and Bronze Star Envoys. Even the lowest rank, Bronze Star Envoys, required a First-Order Emperor Realm Master to serve. This middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s was a Silver Star Envoy, which meant that his cultivation had reached the Second-Order Emperor Realm. As for the legendary Venus Emissary, he was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Over the years, the number of times Star Soul Palace had sent out Gold Star Envoys could be counted on one hand. In fact, many ordinary people in the Emperor Realm hadn't even seen Gold Star Envoys. In the entire Star Soul Palace, there were only 3 Golden Star Envoys, and no one knew where they were or what they were doing. Opposite the Silver Star Emissary, she had bright eyes, white teeth, and a picturesque face. Her jet black hair was soft and straight, and her beautiful eyes were like a pool of clear water, without the slightest impurity. The woman wore a long blue dress, which was decorated with luxurious and small gemstones. These gemstones were not ordinary either, and each of them was emitting a mysterious energy fluctuation. She sat there with her legs crossed, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Her aura was fluctuating, and from time to time, it resonated with the world principles. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. The woman's cultivation was at the peak of the Third-Order Origin King realm, and if she broke through, she would naturally reach the Dao Source realm. Your Highness, are you all right? Although the man in his 40s was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, when facing this woman who was at the peak of the Origin King realm, he still acted respectfully. However, her tone was still respectful, which clearly showed that this woman's status was not low. Hearing this, the woman nodded gently and said, "I'm fine for the time being." "Ai, Your Highness, you are too capricious. The Silver Star emissary looked annoyed. You tricked me with the fake face bead and left Star Soul Palace with me. When we return this time, we will be punished by the great emperors. Hearing this, the woman stuck out her tongue and said, Uncle Shao, don't be afraid. When the time comes, Suner will plead for you. You are my father's old brother, so he won't really punish you. You? Xiao Yuyang glanced at Lan Sun and gloated. You can't even protect yourself now, so how can you plead for me? The great emperor said that when you return to Star Soul Palace, you will be grounded for 10 years. 10 years? Lan Sun exclaimed and wailed. You might as well kill me. It's too boring to stay in Star Soul Palace all day, so I wanted to come out and have some fun. Then you should have chosen a good time. Xiao Yuyang had a helpless look on his face as he smiled bitterly. You knew you were about to break through, so why didn't you stay in Star Soul Palace and take the risk of leaving? When Lan Sun heard this, she couldn't help but lower her head and muttered, I heard about the appearance of divine spirits, but I have never seen one before, so I wanted to come and see the fun. You are the daughter of the great emperors. Your body is priceless. Do you think you won't be able to see divine spirits in the future? If all else fails, let the great emperors take you to Dragon Island as a guest, where divine spirits are everywhere. What's there to see about a few big snakes? Lan Sun looked indifferent. A few big snakes? Xiao Yuyang's mouth twitched. A dignified second-order Emperor Realm Master was speechless for a while, so he let out a long sigh and said, Forget it. Now that you can't suppress your breakthrough aura, it's too late to send you back to Star Soul Palace. The great emperors also agreed to let me open the entrance to the 5-colored treasure pagoda here. The great emperors will open the real treasure pagoda on the other side and let you enter to break through. In order to deceive the public, we even declared that this was an opportunity that our Star Soul Palace had given to the cultivators of this city. After much difficulty, we managed to convince those from the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, and Azure Sun Temple to help. Otherwise, with my strength alone, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this. However, you must be careful when the time comes. I will use a secret technique to send you directly to the 3rd layer. Find a good place there and comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. Absorb as much of the broken world principles and stars source as possible. This will be of great benefit to your future growth. I know. Do you know how to draw in the broken world principles and star source? Father taught me before, and I also learned a set of secret techniques. That's good, but unfortunately, Your Highness is not a star master. If you had succeeded in refining the star's source a few years ago, you would have gained more benefits this time. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. Uncle Shao is not a star master either, but he still managed to cultivate to the 2nd-order Emperor realm. Although the body of a Star Lord had many conveniences on the path of cultivation, it was not without its advantages. Suner is very confident in herself and believes that one day, she will be able to reach Father's height. Xiao Yuyang was shocked when he heard this and laughed. Good. It's good that Your Highness is so ambitious. Unfortunately, Your Highness is not a man. Lan Sun immediately snorted. So what if I'm a man? Am I worse than those men? What Uncle Shao means is, if you were a man, Uncle Shao would definitely drink and chat with you. Xiao Yuyang quickly changed the topic without any sense of awkwardness. I don't want to, it stinks. I don't know what's so good about it. Haha. Xiao Yuyang did not say much about this matter and instead solemnly said, Your Highness, the most important thing this time is to break through to your current realm. Of course, if you have enough time, you can also experience the 3rd layer. There are many good things on the 3rd layer, many of which even us old fogies may not be able to obtain. In the 5-colored treasure pagoda, what matters most is opportunity and fortune. Strength and cultivation are actually secondary. Suner will remember. 2 days passed by in a flash. On this day, Maplewood City was bustling with activity as everyone gathered in the huge square in front of the City Lord's mansion. Origin returning realm masters and Origin kings. All of them were beaming with joy while all the other cultivators, except for these 2, wore gloomy and sullen expressions. This could not be helped, though, as Tao Source Realm Masters were not allowed to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time, and any cultivator below the origin returning realm knew they did not have the strength to enter, so naturally, they would not join in the fun. Many origin returning realm masters did not even have the courage to do so. Those who had the courage to enter the five-colored treasure pagoda were those who had no regard for life or death and were prepared to seek opportunities inside. In front of the city lord's mansion, a high platform had been built at some point. Atop this high platform, several cultivators of various ages were seated. When everyone looked at them, their faces were filled with respect and worship. After all, these people were all masters from the Emperor realm. Those who had not reached the Emperor realm were not qualified to sit here. Even Maplewood City's city lord, Duan Yuan Shan, could only bow and smile as he stood to the side. Duan Yuan Shan was a second-order Dao Source Realm master, and in normal times, he would definitely be the king of Maplewood City, but at this moment, in front of these masters from the Emperor realm, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Time passed quietly. More and more cultivators gathered. Everyone was looking around, searching for the legendary treasure of Star Soul Palace, the five-colored treasure pagoda. They wanted to see its true appearance. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find anything. However, some people who knew some inside information said that the real five-colored treasure pagoda was not here, nor was it carried by the Star Envoy Master. Although this was the Southern Territory and no one dared to be disrespectful to Star Soul Palace, it was still a Palace Guardian treasure. So how could it be carried around? This time, opening the five-colored treasure pagoda was mainly because the Star Envoy Master had joined forces with many cultivators from the Emperor realm to rely on the Grand Divine Technique and some masters from Star Soul Palace's headquarters to open a passage into the five-colored treasure pagoda. So, even if the pagoda was not here, it could still be entered. Yang Kai stood in the crowd, listening to the conversations of the surrounding cultivators, and soon learned this news. This cleared his doubts. He had also thought that the Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace carried the five-colored treasure pagoda with him, but he could not understand why. Now, he finally understood. While he was waiting, someone patted him on the shoulder, followed by Mo Shaoqi's voice, "Big Brother Yang." Yang Kai turned his head and saw Mo Shaoqi standing next to him with a smile. Beside her, countless cultivators were grimacing as they looked at her with fear. Chapter 1993. Describing Mo Shaoqi as a hedgehog was the most appropriate description, so wherever she passed, the cultivator would feel pain and avoid her. For a time, the place where she and Yang Kai were standing became a vacuum of space with a radius of 15 meters, and no one dared to approach. "Big Brother Yang, I finally found you. There are so many people here," Mo Shaoqi said as she turned her head and looked around, like a country bumpkin who had just entered a big city. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile and said softly, "Shaoqi, what's wrong?" Mo Shaoqi turned her head, but in the next moment, her beautiful face paled as she covered her mouth with her small hand and pointed to Yang Kai's shoulder. "Ah, Big Brother Yang, your shoulder is bleeding. Who attacked you? It's too hateful." It's fine. Yang Kai's face was calm, as if he had long been accustomed to this. Circulating his secret art slightly, he stopped the bleeding and said, "Just don't touch me casually next time, otherwise, I may die from blood loss." Mo Shaoqi was startled for a moment before her face quickly turned red, lowering her head and pinching her clothes with both hands, as if she was trying to play with them. "Haha, Alchemist Yang, so you're here." At that moment, Kong Si Rant's hearty laughter came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Shopkeeper Kong striding over. "Shopkeeper Kong." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. Seeing Alchemist Yang's confident appearance, this Kong is relieved. It seems Alchemist Yang has prepared well this time. This Yang only hopes to retreat unscathed. Alchemist Yang is too modest. There are countless opportunities in the five-colored treasure pagoda. Alchemist Yang will definitely return with a bountiful harvest. "Oh, this girl is. Oh, Shaoqi is my friend." Yang Kai introduced Mo Shaoqi to Kong Si Ran. Mo Shaoqi was simple and naive. However, she wasn't an overly friendly person, so she just nodded lightly and stood quietly beside Yang Kai. "Alchemist Yang," this old man asked the master from the Chamber of Commerce headquarters about some news. After entering the five-colored treasure pagoda, I'm afraid we'll be separated and won't be able to join forces, Kong Si Ran said with some disappointment. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, could it be that after entering, the location of the appearance is not fixed? It was not his first time entering various sealed world and independent spaces for experience, so he was quite experienced in this regard. When Kong Si Ran mentioned this, he immediately thought of a possibility. Indeed, Kong Si Ran nodded solemnly. The space inside the five-colored treasure pagoda is an ancient battlefield. The laws of heaven and earth are extremely broken, and there are many uncertain factors. Therefore, even if the cultivator works together to enter, they will appear in different locations. Before this old master had hoped to travel together with alchemist Yang, but now it seems that has become wishful thinking. Yang Kai smiled and said, we can't join hands. I'm afraid the others won't be able to join forces either. That's fine too. Everyone will rely on their own abilities. Alchemist Yang is right. This old master also thought of this point, so he specially came to inform you that you must be careful when you enter. Inside the five-colored treasure pagoda, there are many natural traps and barriers. If origin kings like us fall into them, it is very likely that we will die. Every year, countless disciples of Star Soul Palace die here. You must not be careless. Many thanks for shopkeeper Kang's reminder. I will be careful, Yang Kai gently nodded. The two stood in place and chatted casually for a while. By the way, shopkeeper Kong, who are those people sitting up there? Yang Kai gestured to the high platform in front of the city lord's mansion with his eyes and asked. Kong Si Ran smiled wryly. In fact, this old master only recognizes three of them. The second one from the left is Master Lu Qi, vice president of my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. The third one is Master Tang Yuan, vice president of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, and the one in the middle is Master Xiao Yu Yang, Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace. As for the rest, this old master only knows their origins, but not their names. Yang Kai nodded and was about to say something when Emo Xiaoqi's voice came from the side. The first one on the left is Chan Wan Hao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The first on the right is Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple, and the second on the right is Gao Shueting of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran looked at Emo Xiaoqi in amazement. You know all of them? Yang Kai asked. Emo Xiaoqi giggled. I have seen many of the names and portraits of the masters of the Emperor realm, so I know a little. Besides Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yu Yang, who is a second-order Emperor realm master, the rest are all first-order emperors. This old master admires young ladies' knowledge. Kong Si Ran cupped his fists in admiration. Emo Xiaoqi quickly waved her hand. It's nothing. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, because when Kong Si Ran introduced the masters of the Emperor realm, even if others couldn't hear them, he would still address them as master to show respect, but Emo Xiaoqi directly called them by their names. It was obvious that this girl didn't care much about these masters. However, at this moment, in this small Maplewood city, a total of 6 masters of the Emperor realm had gathered. It seemed that all the top forces of the Southern Territory had sent people here. This was a grand occasion. No wonder even City Lord Duan Yuan Shan had to stand aside with a smile. The time had not yet arrived, so even though many cultivators were waiting anxiously, they didn't dare to show it. Moreover, not many people in the square in front of the city lord's mansion dared to speak loudly. After all, with 6 masters of the Emperor realm sitting in front of them, who would dare to act presumptuously? Yet, there was someone who didn't know the difference between life and death, hawking his wares here. The 9 Transformation Soul Return Pill is a top-notch healing panacea. If you want to buy it, you'd better buy it now. As long as you're still breathing, you'll be as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. There are only 3 of them, and they're family heirlooms. Don't waste them. A shout suddenly rang out in the crowd. All the cultivators were startled and immediately rushed to the source of the voice. If one were to ask what kind of spirit pills were the most popular in Maplewood City in the past 2 days, the answer would obviously be all kinds of healing spirit pills. After all, many cultivators had to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so who could guarantee that they wouldn't be injured inside? Therefore, the cultivators had already swept up all the healing spirit pills in the major stores, causing the price of healing spirit pills in Maplewood City to increase by more than 3 times. but the supply still couldn't meet the demand. No matter how expensive the price was, could it compare to one's life? Perhaps a single healing spirit pill could save one's life at a critical moment, so naturally, the cultivators wouldn't be stingy with it. As early as last night, the healing spirit pills in Maplewood City had been sold out. Not to mention high-grade healing spirit pills, even the most ordinary pills had all been sold out. At this moment, in this square, someone was actually shouting for the 9 Revolutions life-restoring pill, which had the effect of regrowing flesh and bones and reviving the dead. So how could it not attract everyone's attention? This voice. Yang Kai and Emo Shaoqi looked at each other and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Why does it sound so familiar? Come and buy it. Come and buy it. The 9 Revolutions life-restoring pill is refined from the legendary Immortal Source Liquid. You should know about the Immortal Source Liquid, right? It is the essence condensed from the immortal tree, a single drop every 1,000 years. It is 10,000 times more precious than 10,000-year stone milk. It is supplemented with many rare herbs and is personally refined by an emperor-grade alchemy grandmaster. Don't miss it. The sounds of hawking were still going on. Yang Kai suddenly remembered who the owner of this voice was. Emo Shaoqi obviously also reacted, grit her teeth, and shouted angrily, "It's that old swindler." Saying so, she rushed out. Relying on her advantage of being a human-shaped hedgehog, Emo Shaoqi forcibly cut a bloody path through the bustling crowd and rushed directly to the cellar, shouting, "You old swindler, you're actually trying to swindle people again? Just watch how I teach you a good lesson today." The seller looked up and also recognized Emo Shaoqi, causing his heart to skip a beat. Without waiting for Emo Shaoqi to react, he suddenly pointed behind Emo Shaoqi as his eyes widened, as if he had just seen a goddess descend to the mortal world, his eyes shining brightly as he exclaimed, "Wow, the 5-colored treasure pagoda." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this and turned around to look. Where was the 5-colored treasure pagoda? It was completely empty. I was fooled again. Emo Shaoqi quickly reacted and quickly turned around. The old swindler was nowhere to be seen. He had long since disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Emo Shaoqi stomped her foot angrily. 1,000 meters away, somewhere in the crowd, a sloppy-looking old man with a goatee and sloppy clothes exhaled softly and muttered to himself, "That was close. I was almost caught. Why is my life so bitter? That little girl is too much. She wants to hunt me down for just a few thousand source crystals. So bitter. So bitter. How miserable." After feeling sorry for himself for a while, he suddenly tugged at the clothes of a man next to him and whispered, "Little brother, you also want to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Do you need a healing pill to ensure your safety?" "Oh, does old sir have a healing pill for sale?" The man suddenly became interested. Heh. The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth as he mysteriously took out a jade bottle from his clothes and said with a mysterious expression, 9 Revolutions soul-restoring pill. This spirit pill is passed down from my ancestors. Little brother, please take a look." Seeing Emo Shaoqi walk back angrily, Yang Kai knew that she must have returned empty-handed. However, Yang Kai felt quite strange because when he was in the black market, he had some contact with this old man and did not find anything special about him. The only difference was that this old man was a bit wretched, so at first glance, he was obviously not a good person. However, after Emo Shaoqi rushed out just now, Yang Kai's divine sense had been locked onto this old man. But in just an instant, the old man had shaken off his pursuit and disappeared. This old man was not easy to deal with. This surprised Yang Kai greatly. After all, his current divine sense was far stronger than his current cultivation, almost reaching the level of the Tao source realm. Yet the other party was still able to miraculously escape his pursuit. It was obvious that this old man was not an ordinary person. But then again, most people would not go around swindling others or using tricks that could easily be seen through. Chapter 1994. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. On the high platform, Duan Yuan Shan, who had been bowing and smiling apologetically, quickly walked over to Xiao Yu Yang and whispered a few words to him. After receiving an affirmative answer, he turned around and shouted loudly, "Friends of Maplewood City, please be quiet." When everyone heard this, They immediately understood that the meat of the show was about to begin and immediately fell silent as they stared towards the high platform. Duan Yuan Shan smiled slightly and cupped his fists. We are indebted to Silver Star Envoy Master Xiao from Star Soul Palace for opening the 5-colored treasure pagoda in my Maplewood City. We also receive the assistance of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Azure Sun Temple, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, investing a large number of precious treasures, secret arts, martial skills, and artifacts into this pagoda. My Maplewood City is eternally grateful to all of you for your kindness today. On behalf of all the friends of Maplewood City, this Duan thanks all of you for opening the 5-colored treasure pagoda in my Maplewood City. I hope that all of you will be able to reach new heights in the future, and I wish all of you. As soon as Duan Yuan Shan opened his mouth, he was full of praise and flattery, obviously prepared for this. But before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yang frowned impatiently and said, "Enough nonsense, get to the point." Although he was reprimanded in front of countless cultivator in the city, Duan Yuan Shan did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction and instead nodded quickly before continuing. The time has come, Master. Please open the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Once you enter the pagoda, life, death, wealth, and riches will be up to heaven. As soon as these words fell, the 6 cultivators from the Emperor realm stood up one after another. Below the high platform, countless eyes also turned towards these 6 people. Xiao Yang, who was in the middle, let out a long roar as he suddenly formed a series of mysterious seals with his hands, causing the surrounding world energy to hum. A vigorous pressure burst from his body, causing many Origin King Realm cultivator to feel both yearning and fear. Not only the Origin King Realm cultivator, but even the other 5 cultivators from the Emperor realm were staring at Xiao Yang intently at this moment. It was as if they wanted to see some kind of clue from his movements. Xiao Yang's movements were extremely fast, his hands flying about, leaving behind only a series of afterimages, making it look as if he had grown countless arms. Accompanied by a soft shout, Xiao Yang suddenly pointed his finger forward. Somewhere in front of him, a mysterious rune pattern suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yang continued to use his finger as a brush, the world principles as ink, and the void as cloth. Runes slowly appeared one after another, and as soon as these runes appeared, they began to flow according to a certain pattern. It was like a living creature. Chi, chi, chi. Chi sounds rang out incessantly. An inexplicable force sputtered into the void, bursting toward level 4. Not long after, a huge circular rune pattern about 10 feet in radius appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiao Yang shouted again, "Many thanks for your hard work." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 5 from the Emperor realm moved. Their figures flickered, and they stood in 5 different positions. The 5 of them used their own methods to pour their pure and huge source chi into the rune pattern. The whole pattern began to spin. As the power of the 6 masters from the Emperor realm poured in, the pattern spun faster and faster, making everyone who looked at it feel a little dizzy and uncomfortable. The faces of the 6 from the Emperor realm were solemn, and it seemed that pouring in their own source chi like this consumed a lot of their energy. After a while, except for Xiao Yang, the other 5 people all looked a little pale. Fortunately, this process did not last long. When the huge rune pattern suddenly turned into a light gate and stabilized, Xiao Yang shouted again, "Great Emperors, please act." As soon as he finished speaking, a palm flashed from within the door of light. It was as if some kind of barrier had been shattered, and the shadow of a pagoda suddenly appeared inside the stable light gate. The pagoda exuded a 5-colored light and was so tall that no one could see its true appearance. 5-colored treasure pagoda. Below the high platform, the cultivator who saw this scene exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes widened as they stared greedily at the pagoda exuding a 5-colored light. This was obviously the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace, the famous Emperor artifact of the entire star boundary, the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Countless people had only heard rumors about this pagoda, but had never seen it with their own eyes. Now, not only did they see it, they would also be entering it later. Thinking of this, the breathing of the cultivator could not help but quicken. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Yang sighed softly and nodded lightly to the other five. The five people seemed to have consumed a lot of their strength, so they did not say anything after hearing this. Instead, they returned to their original positions and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. At this moment, a space ring appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. He smiled slightly and threw the space ring into the light gate, shaking it with his hand. The space ring instantly shattered, and from the inside of the ring, hundreds and thousands of different colored lights shot out like arrows towards the five-colored treasure pagoda. It's the treasures taken out by those great forces. I saw an artifact. Wow, that wouldn't be the Tao source fruit, right? If I can obtain this fruit, I can also break through to the Tao source realm. There are only 3 Tao source fruits, but there are tens of thousands of people gathered here. Do you think you can obtain the Tao source fruit? If I can't obtain it, don't even think about it. After learning that these lights turned out to be the treasures placed inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda by several great forces, everyone became excited, especially the existence of the Tao source fruit, which stimulated the nerves and blood of these Origin King Realm cultivator the most. Although they were excited, no one dared to act without permission. After all, Xiao Yang was still watching. Xiao Yang smiled lightly. Everyone, you may enter. As soon as his voice fell, how could the cultivators who had been waiting for a long time still be able to hold themselves back? They all used their movement skills and secret techniques to rush towards the light gate, lest they be slower than others. For a time, the square in front of the city lord's mansion was very noisy and chaotic. Before anyone could enter, some cultivators were already fighting over who should enter first. Xiao Yang didn't care about this, his eyes instead staring at a certain woman in the crowd. Seeing this woman looking towards him, he gently nodded and secretly flicked his finger, sending a soft force towards her. Yang Kai's group of 3 was also mixed in the crowd and was pushed back and forth by the chaotic flow of people, suffering greatly. However, those cultivators who accidentally touched Emo Shaoqi suffered great misfortune as they felt as if they had been pricked by sharp needles, causing them great pain and forcing them to avoid her. When Yang Kai saw this, he immediately signaled to Emo Shaoqi with his eyes. Emo Shaoqi understood and led the way without hesitation. After a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived near the light gate and rushed in. The familiar feeling of being teleported came again, but Yang Kai stabilized his divine sense and remained unmoved. A moment later, his vision blurred as he arrived in a very special environment. He immediately noticed that the world energy here was not rich and was actually quite thin. However, in this world, there was a kind of power that made all cultivators scramble for it: principal strength. Although the principal strength here gave off a very strange feeling, as it was not as complete as the outside world and was instead in a fragmented state, it was precisely because of this state that one could better comprehend and understand. It was no wonder that the 5-colored treasure pagoda was a must-visit place for Star Soul Palace's disciples. In this special environment, Star Soul Palace's cultivator could touch the threshold of principal strength more easily than others. Although the fragmented principal strength had its shortcomings, making it impossible for one to understand its true mysteries, it was still the best place to start. After a cultivator reached the Origin King realm was the Tao Source realm, and if they wanted to break through to the Tao Source realm, they had to comprehend the world principles. Star Soul Palace had a treasure like the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so it was at least 30% easier for its disciples to break through to the Tao Source realm. This was an extremely terrifying probability. Just as this thought crossed Yang Kai's mind, he heard an extremely shrill scream coming from not far away. Startled, Yang Kai quickly turned his head to look. He found that not far from him, a cultivator who had arrived here first had his throat bitten by a crocodile-like monster beast, blood spurting out like a fountain. The cultivator clutched his throat with both hands, but was unable to stop the blood from flowing out. In addition, there were more crocodile-like monster beast biting into his thigh and arm, frantically dragging him under the grass. Gu Lu Lu. In just the blink of an eye, this cultivator had disappeared, leaving behind only the turbid mud and the filthy water. This place was actually a swamp. The unfortunate cultivator had obviously arrived here before Yang Kai, but after being teleported, he had felt a brief sense of dizziness and had not been able to react in time. In that situation just now, even if Yongkai wanted to take action, it would have been too late. The ferocious beasts hiding under the swamp moved too quickly. Asterisk crash. Asterisk with a soft sound. Yongkai immediately caught a glimpse of a crocodile-like ferocious beast that was identical to the one that had killed the cultivator just now. Its pair of beast eyes were full of scarlet, and its appearance was ferocious and terrifying. It opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Yongkai's throat. With the previous cultivator as an example, Yongkai did not dare to be negligent. As his figure flashed, he valiantly threw a punch. The fist bloomed with multicolored light as it directly hit the crocodile's head. Asterisk clang. Asterisk as if he had hit something made of gold and iron. Sparks flew everywhere. The crocodile was smashed backward and fell into the quagmire in front of it. However, it did not die immediately. Instead, it swung its tail and drilled into the quagmire. Only then did Yongkai have the time to release his divine thought. In the next moment, his face could not help but sink. In his perception, he sensed that countless life fluctuations emanating ferocious auras were lurking under the grass and mud, quietly approaching him from all directions. These things were obviously existences similar to the crocodile just now. In fact, their individual strength was not very strong, only about the peak of the ninth-order monster beast, equivalent to a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Such a monster beast was not worthy of Yongkai's attention, but there were too many of them. Yongkai really did not want to tangle with them. Chapter 1995. If someone like the cultivator just now had been teleported here, it was very likely they would have suffered misfortune. After all, not every origin king could ignore the discomfort of being teleported like Yongkai. They would more or less feel dizzy for a while. Thinking so, Yongkai immediately leapt up, wanting to leave quickly. However, something he had never expected happened. He had only risen to a height of less than 3 feet when a huge pressure suddenly came from the void. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him from the sky, directly pressing him back to his original position. He didn't even have room to resist. A flight-restricting array? Yongkai's face went black as he immediately reacted. When Serene had introduced the interior of the 5-colored treasure pagoda to him before, he had said that there were many natural and unnatural barriers and traps inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda. These barriers and traps had all kinds of strange effects, and the flight-restricting array was one of the most common. In these flight-restricting arrays, cultivators could not fly too high, and once they exceeded a certain height, these barriers would act and suppress the cultivator. What Yongkai had just encountered was the rebound effect of the flight-restricting array. For a while, Yongkai did not know whether the flight-restricting array here was artificially arranged or naturally formed. He didn't have time to think about it, because the moment he fell, countless crocodiles leaped out from all directions and pounced at him. Those bloody mouths looked very frightening, and it made one's hair stand on end. Yongkai pushed his strength and punched out with both fists. In an instant, a series of bangs rang out incessantly. In the blink of an eye, he had sent dozens of crocodiles flying, but the vitality of these creatures was so tenacious that even after being hit head-on by Yongkai, they still did not die. Instead, all of them turned around and dove into the mud before disappearing. More crocodiles pounced on Yongkai one after another. Soon, Yongkai's body was covered in crocodiles, from his arms to his thighs, causing him to feel a sharp pain. Crocodiles were born with amazing bite strength, and even ordinary monster beasts could not be taken lightly, let alone these crocodiles that had all reached the peak of the 9th order. An ordinary origin king, even if he tried to resist, he would not be able to withstand the bite of a crocodile monster beast. Fortunately, Yongkai's fleshly body was extremely tough, and when he circulated the 5 elements' indestructible sword-tempering art, the fierce 5 elements sword chi caused the crocodiles to suffer heavy injuries. Many of the crocodiles spat out blood and were forced to release Yongkai. However, Yongkai was still dragged into the mud by the crocodiles. It was cold and dark underwater. Most importantly, it wasn't clear water, but muddy mud. Yongkai couldn't see much even if he opened his eyes. He randomly punched out for a while and found that not only did he not alleviate his situation, but he was sinking deeper and deeper. More and more crocodiles were surrounding him, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Secret technique, Moonblade. He flicked his 10 fingers. A series of pitch-black moonblades flew out. Accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds, the pressure on Yong-kai was greatly reduced. In the swamp, dark red blood and dead crocodile corpses appeared. All of them were incomplete. Demonic eye. Open. Yong-kai opened his eyes again. His left eye had a golden hue, and his vision had finally recovered significantly. Using his divine sense, his slaughter had not only failed to repel these crocodiles, but had instead attracted even more crocodile monster beasts because of the bloody smell and the commotion he had caused. Acting recklessly, Yong-kai was furious. With his current strength, even if he faced an ordinary Dao Source Realm Master, he wouldn't be so flustered, but because of a moment of carelessness, he had been forced into such a situation by a group of monster beasts. This made him somewhat angry out of humiliation. With a wave of his hand, Yong-kai directly released the monster insect queen, which was still repairing its body in the sealed world bead, and issued an order with his divine sense. The monster insect queen was now Yong-kai's blood beast and had its own sentience, so naturally it would strictly obey his orders. The purple and green dual swords flickered, and with a flash of light, a wave of sword chi was set off. Kacha. An icy cold aura filled the air. And not only did Yong-kai involuntarily shiver, the encirclement of the crocodile monster beast also slowed down. With a flash of brilliance, the sword chi surged, and the crocodile monster beast was cut in two, dying instantly. Even the crocodiles a little further away were not spared. With the purple and green dual swords in hand, the monster insect queen's strength seemed to have greatly increased. Even without using the clear sky snowfall secret technique, the simplest of sword moves was enough to shine. Yong-kai coldly snorted, and just as he was about to take the opportunity to escape, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a strange place from the corner of his eye. In the depths of the swamp, there was a place that was emitting a clear light. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yong-kai found a trace of strong energy fluctuations. Yong-kai's eyes couldn't help but light up. Urging his strength to protect his body, he dove down. The monster insect queen was like a loyal guard, following closely behind Yong-kai. Whenever there was a disturbance, the sword chi would cut the enemy in two. Not long after, Yong-kai reached the bottom of the swamp and arrived at the place where the clear light was emitting. With the help of the demon eye of annihilation, Yong-kai was finally able to see what this thing was. It was actually a palm-sized thing that looked like a Ganoderma. What is this? Yong-kai had a blank look on his face. Although he had a deep understanding of the herbs in the home star's territory, after coming to the star boundary, he still felt that his knowledge was lacking, especially when it came to spirit grasses and miraculous medicines. There were many things he had never even heard of before. This Ganoderma in front of him was something he had never seen before, nor had he ever heard of. Just as he was observing it, the clear and misty light suddenly turned green. After a while, it turned red. After thinking about it for a moment, Yong-kai determined that he really didn't recognize this thing, but judging from the aura it was exuding, it was definitely a Dao Source Great Herb. Yong-kai decided to pick it first. In any case, the medicine garden in the sealed world bead was still there, so if he transplanted it, he would be able to figure out its type and function one day. Considering all this, Yong-kai immediately got to work. A moment later, he transplanted this Ganoderma into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead. After doing this, Yong-kai didn't rush out and instead continued to search around. He really did find a few more stalks of medicinal herbs that were exactly the same. After half a day, Yong-kai rushed out of the swamp with the monster insect queen following closely behind. Along the way, countless crocodile monster beast corpses floated on the water's surface, dyeing the surrounding swamp red with blood. It seemed that the ferocity of the monster insect queen had deterred the crocodile monster beast, or perhaps it was because most of them had been killed, but Yong-kai didn't encounter any more attacks and successfully emerged from the swamp. This time, Yong-kai didn't act rashly and instead flew a few meters above the water's surface before heading out. There were many types of flight-restricting arrays. Some completely prohibited flight, while others restricted flight altitude. From his first encounter, the flight-restricting array here was undoubtedly the latter type, so as long as he didn't exceed a certain height, he wouldn't trigger it. The swamp seemed to cover a very large area, so Yang Kai flew for half a day before he finally flew out. The monster insect queen had long since been taken back by him. The monster insect queen was still repairing its body, so it wouldn't be of any benefit to it if it went into battle too early. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't want others to know that he had such a helper. The monster insect queen could be regarded as his biggest trump card, so naturally, the more hidden it was, the better. The space inside the five-colored treasure pagoda was incredibly vast. Tens of thousands of cultivators from Maplewood City had entered this place, but Yang Kai hadn't encountered a single person along the way. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he couldn't find his target. This should be the first layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda. Kong Si Ran had told him to try his best to reach the second layer after entering the pagoda. Although the first and second layers were suitable for Origin King Realm Cultivator, for a third-order Origin King Cultivator like Yang Kai, the second layer was naturally better. The way to enter was to find a five-colored light pillar that connected the sky to the earth. Yang Kai had been looking for this so-called five-colored light pillar for a long time, but he hadn't found it yet, which made him feel a little disappointed as he didn't know where to look for it. Just as he lifted his eyes to look around, the ground suddenly buzzed. Soon after, it began to tremble intensely. There seemed to be a deafening sound of rolling thunder coming from deep within the ground. Yang Kai's face changed as he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi while looking around vigilantly for fear of any sudden changes. There was nothing out of the ordinary in the surroundings, but in a location extremely far away, the projection of a true dragon suddenly appeared. It was unknown how long that true dragon was. Its entire body was fiery red, and its dragon tail swayed as it charged straight into the clouds. Soon after, it descended at an extremely fast speed. No one knew where it landed, and then it disappeared. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. He had never expected that a true dragon phantom would appear in the first layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda. This was definitely not caused by some kind of secret technique or secret art, but rather a real true dragon phantom. It might even be related to a true dragon artifact because when this true dragon phantom appeared, Yang Kai clearly felt a heat in his chest. He had fused and refined a real dragon scale on his chest, and this dragon scale seemed to be resonating with something in the distance at this moment. Yang Kai immediately realized that this might be a great opportunity. No wonder it was rumored that opportunities were everywhere inside the five-colored treasure pagoda. If one was lucky enough to enter it, they could obtain many benefits, but if they were unlucky, no matter how strong they were, it would be useless no matter how many times they entered. Realizing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately rushed towards the place where this vision was occurring at an extremely fast speed. The location where the true dragon phantom appeared was very far from where he was, so even if Yang Kai used his full strength, it still took him a full 3 hours to arrive. Looking around, Yang Kai could not help being stunned, because there were already many cultivators gathered here, at least a few hundred, and there was a steady stream of other cultivators who had also seen this vision. This was a mountainous terrain, and at the very center of this valley, there was an altar-like building. This altar seemed to have just broken through the ground and was giving off an ancient and desolate aura. The surrounding earth also showed signs of being refurbished. Chapter 1996. On the ancient and desolate altar, there were more than a dozen unknown objects. These unknown objects were all shrouded in a layer of dark and misty light, as though a bowl was placed on top of them. Through the dark and misty light, although it wasn't very clear, one could still make out some embryonic forms. The objects shrouded in the light curtain were all kinds of things. There were hammers, sword-shaped, dagger-like artifacts, as well as yellowish secret arts and secret tomes. There were also some jade bottles that were obviously very old. Each of them looked extremely extraordinary, especially those artifacts, which were exuding extremely powerful energy fluctuations. The lowest was a Dao Source-grade artifact. This made Yang Kai's face burn with desire. Not only him, but the other cultivator who had rushed here also looked at the altar with greed and covetousness. Everyone was filled with greed. Could it be that these things were placed here by those few great powers? Maybe the Dao Source fruit is here. Suddenly, a cultivator's voice came from the side. That's not the case. Someone continued, I came earlier. I heard that this altar suddenly emerged from the ground and was not something that originally existed. It seems that a friend triggered the restriction of this place and caused the altar to appear. The things on the altar all emitted an ancient aura. It was definitely not something that was placed here by those great forces. So, the things on this altar have been here for a long time? Are they treasures left behind from ancient times? Maybe so. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and grab them. A treasure left behind from ancient times was actually so well preserved. Its value was simply inestimable. It was countless times more valuable than the treasures placed here by the great forces. As soon as the news spread, many cultivators' blood began to boil. Many cultivators who still wanted to observe for a while could no longer hold back and mustered up their courage to rush forward. Their movements immediately affected the nerves of others, and more cultivator began to move. Even Yang Kai began to move, but he did not rush to the front row. Instead, he fell behind in the middle. This way, he would have enough time to observe the movements of the cultivator in front of him, lest he accidentally fell into a trap. Everyone, please wait. Right at this moment, a loud and clear shout suddenly sounded. Then, a handsome young man in white clothes suddenly flew up into the sky. This young man had rosy lips and white teeth. He was a man of striking appearance, with a pair of spirited eyes and an extraordinary bearing. With one look, one could tell that he had an extraordinary background. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me, the young man shouted again. Many cultivator frowned and looked up impatiently. After all, the treasure was right in front of them. At this moment, someone had suddenly obstructed their path, and it was truly displeasing. Obstructing one's path to wealth was no different than murdering one's parents, and such enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. However, when everyone saw this person's face clearly, many people obediently stayed where they were, and some others also showed a look of understanding. So it's young Master Jiang Chu-he. Among the crowd, a cultivator who recognized the young man cupped his fists and said, "What do you mean, young Master Jiang? Could it be that he wanted to rely on the Jiang family's power to monopolize the treasures on the altar? If that's the case, then please don't say anything more." Exactly. Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Although the Jiang family is considered extraordinary in Maplewood City, this is the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If young Master Jiang wants to monopolize it, please think twice, someone immediately echoed. Hearing them say so, Yang Kai immediately understood the identity of this young man, a member of Maplewood City's Jiang family. In Maplewood City, below the city lord's mansion, there were also some family forces present, and among them, the Jiang family's strength was quite good as they had an old ancestor from the First Order Dao Source Realm. Although Yang Kai had not had any dealings with the Jiang family, he had seen several Jiang family cultivator corpses killed by the little Wan Feng in Clear Jade Mountain. This time, those who entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda were basically all cultivator from Maplewood City. So naturally, many people recognized Jiang Chu-he. Even if they did not know him, they had at least heard of his name. However, as that person said, if they were in Maplewood City, everyone might have some scruples about the strength of the Jiang family's old ancestor and give Jiang Chu-he some face. But inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the Jiang family's people were no deterrent. What's more, the treasures were right in front of them. Birds die in pursuit of food, and men die in pursuit of wealth. This was an ancient truth. Now, not to mention Jiang Chu-he, even if the Jiang family's old ancestor was here personally, these hundreds of origin kings would not fear him. Jiang Chu-he was not angry, however, and instead smiled. This friend is too serious. There are hundreds of fellow cultivators gathered here, so even if this Jiang had guts as big as the sky, he would not dare to offend everyone. Monopolizing the treasures is something this Jiang has never thought of. Then, what does young Master Jiang want to do? Jiang Chu-he continued with a smile. This Jiang just wants to tell everyone that where there are benefits, there are also risks. What's more, this is the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Do you really think that the treasures on the altar are so easy to obtain? If that were the case, those treasures would have long disappeared. Why would they wait for people like you and me to collect them? We naturally know this, but if we do not hesitate when there are risks, what is the point of cultivating? We are already mentally prepared. The person who spoke just now coldly snorted. This friend has guts. Jiang Chuhi smiled at the person before changing the topic. But shouldn't this friend first inquire about what this altar is? As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. This is the first time this humble one has entered this 5-colored treasure pagoda. So how would I know what this altar is? The person shook his head, but soon looked at Jiang Chuhi in surprise. Could it be that young Master Jiang knows? If so, I hope young Master Jiang can enlighten me. Jiang Chuhi shook his head. This Jiang does not know, but I think there should be someone here who knows. Saying so, he turned his head to look at a certain spot in the crowd, a smile on his face as he said, "Young Lady Qin, what do you think?" Everyone followed his gaze and immediately saw a woman surrounded by some cultivators. This woman was not very old, about 25 to 26 years old. She had a petite figure and seemed to be suffering from some kind of illness. Her complexion was sallow, her figure was thin, and her lips were slightly pale. If not for these factors, she would definitely be a stunning beauty if her figure was just a little more voluptuous. Even so, this woman was like a flower swaying in the wind and rain, drawing the pity of others. Seeing that Jiang Chuhi had diverted everyone's attention to her, young Lady Qin's brows furrowed together as a sliver of annoyance appeared on her face. The cultivators surrounding her also glared angrily at Jiang Chuhi, showing great dissatisfaction. Young Lady Qin? That young Lady Qin you from the Qin family? From the crowd, cries of surprise rang out, seemingly indicating that this Qin Yu was quite famous. I have heard that young Lady Qin Yu has read a lot of books since childhood and is very knowledgeable, especially about the sealed world. I wonder how much young Lady Qin knows about this altar? Please enlighten us. This humble one and everyone here will be very grateful. Jiang Chuhi's face was as clear as jade as he smiled gently, completely ignoring Qin Yu's annoyance and the angry glares of the guards around her. Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly understood why this Jiang Chuhi wanted to show off at this time. This guy obviously wanted to find out more about the altar. However, if he were to ask Qin Yu alone, she might not be willing to tell him. But now, with so many people watching, Qin Yu had no choice but to say it even if she didn't want to. No one would want to provoke public anger. This Jiang Chuhi was quite scheming, but this method was a little despicable. There were many cultivators like Yang Kai who understood this, but because it concerned their own interests, they didn't point it out. Instead, they looked at Qin Yu with great interest. That's right, young Lady Qin. With so many friends here, if you know anything about this altar, please tell us. If there are any dangers here, we will be very grateful. Under the gazes of so many people, Qin Yu seemed to be a little uncomfortable. Or perhaps it was because the wind here was too noisy. She couldn't help but cough lightly and cover her mouth with a handkerchief. My young lady has been ill since she was a child, so it's not convenient for her to speak. Please forgive her. Next to Qin Yu, a third-order origin king realm guard in his 40s cupped his fists and said with a cold look. Qin Yu gestured with her hand and said softly, "It doesn't matter. Since young Master Jiang and all these friends want to know, then this mistress will tell you." She didn't know what illness she had. Not only did she look listless, but she also sounded weak when she spoke. It was truly heartbreaking to see her like this. However, when they heard that she was willing to talk about the altar, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked, looking at her expectantly. Young Lady Qin has indeed heard of this altar. This Jiang is impressed. Jiang Chuhi's eyes also lit up. His previous actions were just a test, but he didn't expect to hit the jackpot. On the one hand, he also hoped that Qin Yu would explain in more detail so he could understand more about this altar, but on the other hand, he was afraid that others would obtain this information and compete with him, causing his mood to become extremely complicated. This is the soaring dragon altar, Qin Yu said slowly. The first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda fell silent, with only Qin Yu's weak voice drifting through the wind. Obtain the meaning of a fish leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a dragon. This soaring dragon altar doesn't appear at a fixed time, and its location is also very erratic. It may appear in the first layer, the second layer, or even the 5th layer. Rumor has it that it has existed since ancient times. So, Even if someone from Star Soul Palace enters here, it won't be easy to find this soaring dragon altar. According to the ancient records of Star Soul Palace, the soaring dragon altar has only appeared a total of 8 times. Each time it appears, it is accompanied by the appearance of some rare treasure. If we can obtain one of these treasures, perhaps we can become a fish leaping over the dragon gate and cultivate to the Emperor Realm. A fish leaping over the dragon gate. The Emperor Realm. Many cultivators whispered as their eyes lit up. Most of the cultivators in Maplewood City were at the bottom of the hierarchy. Although their strength was not bad, because they had no background or backing, it was almost impossible for them to advance beyond the Origin King realm. However, Qin Yu's words gave them hope, as if there was a broad road in front of them that led directly to the throne of the Emperor Realm. Chapter 1997. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, countless cultivators became restless. Although all of them felt that the treasure on the altar was extraordinary, they didn't have any concrete proof. Coupled with the fact that there were so many cultivators eyeing the altar covetously, none of them dared to act rashly for fear of provoking a fatal disaster. But now, after hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone's thoughts became lively. The temptation of reaching the Emperor Realm was enough to make them risk their lives. However, some people remained calm and asked loudly, "Dare I ask, young Lady Qin, what is so dangerous about this soaring dragon altar?" Danger. There is definitely danger, and it may even cost us our lives. But as for what exactly it is, Qin Yu does not know. After all, this 5-colored treasure pagoda is the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace, and there are very few ancient records about it. This is the first time this mistress has entered. So, hearing this, everyone showed a look of disappointment. Although everyone knew that Qin Yu must have something more to say, she had already revealed a lot of information and had done her utmost. If they continued to force her, it would be tantamount to offending the Qin family. They were all cultivators who made a living in Maplewood City, so who would be willing to offend them? If they did not do well, they would be punished. However, it is said that this soaring dragon altar is an artifact, and one made from dragon bones at that. So if one wants to get close to it, one must first resist the dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon, Qin Yu added, seemingly out of nowhere. Made from dragon bones? The dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon? The group of cultivators exclaimed. At that moment, a burst of crackling sounds suddenly rang out from not far away. This sound was extremely fast, and everyone was startled and instinctively circulated their strength to look around. The next moment, someone exclaimed, "Despicable and shameless, acting so sneakily, how hateful." It turned out that while everyone's attention was attracted by Qin Yu, and they were listening to her introduce the soaring dragon altar, a cultivator from the mysterious realm had appeared. It was unknown which great force this cultivator belonged to, but he had concealed his figure and aura and was quietly approaching the soaring dragon altar. Their secret techniques to conceal their auras and figures were extremely profound, so no one present was able to discover them. If it weren't for the sudden change in the soaring dragon altar, it was likely no one would have noticed these people taking away the treasures on it. However, at this moment, these people all revealed themselves. There weren't many of them, only 4 or 5 of them, and they were separated into several directions, cautiously approaching the soaring dragon altar. It was unknown which unlucky guy triggered the spirit array near the soaring dragon altar, but from the altar, a beam of light suddenly shot out and bombarded these people. Those people weren't paying attention for a moment, and 2 of them actually lost their lives on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, and their flesh shattered. The remaining few saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly dodged. Naturally, they were unable to conceal themselves and were exposed. Fortunately, the soaring dragon altar's spirit array did not seem to be too powerful, so after the 2 or 3 survivors evaded for a while, none of them were harmed. Exchanging a glance with each other, seeing that their whereabouts had been exposed, they grit their teeth and continued to rush forward. Damn it, they're from the Ghost Dance sect. A bunch of clowns. How dare you covet the treasure? You're courting death. The treasure is mine. As soon as they saw someone approaching the soaring dragon altar, the remaining cultivator could no longer hold back and quickly used their movement skills. All of them rushed towards the soaring dragon altar, wanting to reach it as soon as possible. All of them wanted to take the treasures for themselves. Jiang Chu, he was the fastest to react, and with a twist of his body, he rushed out a few dozen meters, taking the lead as he stared at the secret art on the soaring dragon altar. At the same time, he waved his hand. A rope-like artifact flew out of Yang Kai's sleeve and wrapped around the secret art several dozen meters away. "Young Master Jiang, you?" Someone saw this and was shocked. "Ha ha ha ha." Jiang Chu, he gave a hearty laugh, as though he could already see himself becoming invincible under the heavens after he had obtained the secret art. His insolent attitude was revealed as he said, "Treasures belong to those who are capable. This secret art belongs to this Jiang." But just as his voice fell, though, the smile on his face suddenly froze as he stared at his rope-like artifact in a daze and muttered, "How could this be?" His rope-like artifact had only managed to extend 10 meters before it fell limply to the ground, as if it had lost all of its spirituality. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to activate it. Not only him, but everyone else who wanted to use their own artifacts to obtain the treasures on the soaring dragon altar also lost their connection with their artifacts in a very short time. While Jiang Chu, he was in a daze, a great force seemed to have struck him from the sky and smashed him to the ground, covering him in a cloud of dust as his mouth and nose filled with dirt. "Ha ha ha ha, young Master Jiang. This dog-eating shit move of yours has really been practiced to the point of perfection. This one is truly impressed." The cultivator from before laughed loudly as he rushed past Jiang Chuhi, not forgetting to taunt him before leaving. "Damn it, I'll remember you." Jiang Chu, he cursed as he stood up with a face full of dirt and grime. Looking around, all the other cultivators who wanted to fly to the soaring dragon altar suffered the same fate as him, all of them falling from the sky in a tragic manner. This discovery immediately caused Jiang Chuhi's heart to feel much better. In an instant, everyone understood that if they wanted to obtain the treasures, they had to rely on themselves to reach the soaring dragon altar. However, this was definitely not an easy task. Before, the distance was far enough, so no one felt anything. But the closer they got to the soaring dragon altar, the more ferocious the inexplicable pressure became. In the eyes of all the cultivator, the entire soaring dragon altar seemed to have transformed into an ancient dragon, roaring ferociously as it opened its bloody maw, waiting for food to be delivered to its door. Some of the cultivators with weak minds, weak willpower, or low strength actually lost their composure for a moment, their eyes filled with fear as their bodies trembled violently. As for others, even if they could resist this terrifying dragon pressure, they still found it difficult to move, no longer able to run as fast as before. "Young lady, we..." On the other side, the Qin family group was still gathered around Qin Yu, and under Qin Yu's instructions, they approached the soaring dragon altar unhurriedly. Qin Yu coughed a few times from time to time, her expression relaxed. On the other hand, the other Qin family cultivators all showed anxious looks, fearing that someone else would take the initiative. "Don't worry." Qin Yu finally managed to catch her breath and whispered softly, "The soaring dragon altar is not so easy to get close to. You should take this opportunity to feel the dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon. It will have a great effect on tempering your mind. If you gain enough, you won't be too embarrassed when you encounter a powerful enemy in the future." Although Qin Yu was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, she seemed to have great prestige among this group of Qin family guards. As soon as she spoke these words, the guards no longer became anxious and instead began silently circulating their secret arts to expel distracting thoughts from their minds. While guarding Qin Yu, they slowly walked forward while using the dragon pressure to temper their minds. Suddenly, Qin Yu frowned and glanced in a certain direction. On the other side, Yang Kai grinned at her and walked forward leisurely with a calm look on his face. This person, Qin Yu looked at Yang Kai's back deeply and found that she, who had always been good at reading people, was unable to see through him. He didn't show the slightest eagerness towards the treasures on the soaring dragon altar. While everyone else was trying their best to compete for them, he seemed to be taking a stroll in a garden, calm and relaxed. Qin Yu shook her head secretly and lowered her eyes, but when she raised her head again, A strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes like stars. At the same time, Yang Kai's body tightened, as if there was a pair of eyes that could see through the mysteries of the heavens, peeking into his secrets. Turning around abruptly, Yang Kai locked eyes with Qin Yu. In an instant, Qin Yu's tender body trembled and she began coughing violently. "Young lady." The guards were shocked. Qin Yu waved her hand repeatedly as she bent over and covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief, coughing with extreme difficulty. After a while, she gradually recovered. "It's fine." Qin Yu gasped for breath, but when she looked up at the position where Yang Kai had been standing, she found that Yang Kai had long since disappeared, causing her to sigh. This little girl is quite strange. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was mixed in with the crowd, frowned. He always felt that this woman named Qin Yu was extraordinary, but her cultivation was only a trivial second-order origin returning realm, which really puzzled him. In particular, when Qin Yu glanced at him just now, it was as if she could see through his secrets, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. If it's not necessary in the future, it's best to avoid contact with this woman. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind, otherwise, he would never know when his secrets would be exposed. At that moment, a scream rang out. A cultivator, who had long since been frightened by the dragon pressure and had lost his mind, stood in place and let out a shrill cry, his eyes trembling, as if he had just seen something extremely terrifying. His strength began to surge chaotically as he attacked in all directions. A moment later, with a bang, this cultivator's head burst open, causing red and white matter to splatter in all directions. The headless corpse fell limply to the ground, a tragic sight to behold. This scene shocked the nearby cultivator. This was not the end, though. The death of this cultivator was like a fuse, and in the next moment, screams rang out one after another from different directions. These people suffered the same fate as the first cultivator, as if they were in a nightmare. Their strength went berserk, and after a few random attacks, their heads exploded. Dragon pressure. Someone in the crowd cried out in horror. Everyone understood how these people died. Obviously, it was because their divine senses were suppressed by the supreme dragon pressure, causing them to meet with misfortune. For a time, some of the more timid and weaker cultivators no longer dared to move forward and instead retreated in order to protect themselves. However, just as their figures began to move, countless streaks of light suddenly shot out from the soaring dragon altar, accompanied by a series of hissing sounds. Everyone turned pale with fright. What no one expected was that these streaks of light did not kill people aimlessly, but instead only targeted the retreating cultivators, not missing a single one. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 corpses were added to the ground. Chapter 1998. This sudden scene stunned everyone on the spot. After a while, someone suddenly shouted, "Don't retreat. If you do, you'll trigger the barrier and die on the spot. Everyone, be careful. Damn it, this is a trap. That damned Star Soul Palace. What should I do?" Many of the weaker cultivators who coveted the treasures were now in a dilemma and began blaming Star Soul Palace, as if this was a trap set up by Star Soul Palace for them. In this situation, the more one moved forward, the more intense the dragon pressure they would have to endure. If one was not careful, one's head would explode. The cultivator who had died tragically before was the best example, but even if they wanted to leave, they could not. The 30 or so corpses that had just fallen were a good example. With this situation, some of the cultivators really did not know whether to advance or retreat, all of them frozen in place for a while. However, this was not the case for everyone. Those who had real strength and confidence in themselves still resisted the pressure of the dragon pressure and walked towards the soaring dragon altar step by step, their eyes locked onto the dozen or so unknown treasures placed on the altar. Every step seemed to be extremely difficult, but after taking that step, their faces filled with joy, as if they had gained something. Riches and honor were found in danger. This was a truth that everyone knew. Which one of the cultivators here had not experienced many life or death tribulations, so most of them were extremely determined. What's more, without even mentioning whether or not they could snatch the dozen or so unknown treasures, the benefits they obtained in the process of walking towards the soaring dragon altar made these cultivators ecstatic. With every step they took, These cultivators could feel their mental fortitude and perseverance increase significantly. Even under the pressure of the supreme dragon pressure, many Origin Kings felt the strength in their bodies rapidly transforming into source chi. The speed of this transformation, it was by no means comparable to taking source condensing pills. Yongkai naturally noticed this as well. In fact, he could completely ignore the dragon pressure from the soaring dragon altar. After all, he had the golden divine dragon source in his body, and although the soaring dragon altar was made from dragon bones, it naturally contained a supreme dragon pressure. However, in front of the origin energy of the golden holy dragon, this kind of dragon might was still useless. It was rumored that in ancient times, there were countless members of the true dragon clan, but within this clan, the suppression of bloodlines was very obvious. Golden Shanglong had an extremely high status in the true dragon clan. Judging from the phenomenon that appeared on this soaring dragon altar before, the dragon bone used to create this soaring dragon altar was likely the bone of a fire dragon. The reason for that was because the silhouette of the true dragon that had appeared was a gigantic red dragon. Red dragons generally use the power of fire. The golden divine dragon source was enough to suppress the dragon pressure from the soaring dragon altar in all aspects, making it impossible for it to approach within 10 meters of Yongkai. When Yongkai discovered this, he even had the thought of rushing over and snatching the treasures on the altar regardless of anything else. But when he thought about it carefully, he still didn't want to be so rash. After all, there were hundreds of Origin King Realm cultivator here. Not to mention whether he could escape the pursuit and siege of these people after snatching the treasure. Even if he succeeded, it would be troublesome after leaving the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Once the people outside learned that he had obtained so many benefits from the soaring dragon altar, he would likely become the target of public criticism. A man's wealth was his own ruin, and Yongkai did not believe that these Dao Source Realm masters would not covet the treasures from the soaring dragon altar. If he really became the target of a Dao Source Realm master, his future days would not be easy. As such, he did not do so. At this moment, he mixed in with the crowd and approached the soaring dragon altar step by step, relying on the pressure of the supreme dragon pressure to transform the source chi in his body. While doing so, he also had the leisure to observe his surroundings. Yongkai took a look at the situation of the others. Not long after, a number of powerful Origin King Realm cultivator were silently recorded in Yongkai's mind. These people were undoubtedly all existences who had completely transformed their source chi, so while they were resisting the dragon pressure, they were much more relaxed. As such, the speed at which they advanced was much faster. Yongkai had already opened up a certain distance from the people behind him. Yongkai quickened his pace slightly, at the same time thinking about how to pack up these treasures without anyone noticing. Just as he was lost in thought, a gnashing voice called out from the side, "You dare surpass this young lord? Die." As soon as the word die was spoken, a palm print flew towards Yongkai. From this palm print, a fierce wind howled and seemed to contain great destructive power. Yongkai's face sank and he instantly raised his hand, poured a powerful force into his palm, and pushed it towards the other party's palm print. Asterisk pa, asterisk with a soft sound. The two violent forces collided and swept out in all directions. The power was immense. Kaiyang's body swayed slightly before he stopped moving. On the other hand, the person who had taken the initiative to attack him let out a cry of alarm. It seemed that he was unable to resist Kaiyang's attack. His body became unstable, and he was sent flying backwards. This man's face changed drastically and his face turned pale. After all, the cultivator who had retreated before had been killed on the spot by the light from the soaring dragon altar, so he was not sure if he would receive the same treatment if he was beaten back. If that were the case, he did not have the confidence to resist the attack from the soaring dragon altar. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, and his body suddenly sank down, like a wooden stake fixed to the ground. He would rather let all the force rush into his body than move his feet. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk a burst of cracking sounds came from this man's body, and his face paled as blood flowed from his nose and mouth, his appearance suddenly becoming terrifying. "Young lord," someone shouted and quickly took 2 steps forward to block this man's back. neutralizing the last bit of force and allowing him to stand firmly in place without taking half a step back. Yang Kai looked back and saw a familiar face, sneering as he muttered, "So, it's young Lord Jiang." The person who had launched a sneak attack on him was shockingly the one who had spoken earlier, Jiang Chu-he. When Yang Kai saw him for the first time just now, he felt that this person had a dignified appearance, gentle and refined, and had the demeanor and bearing of a young lord. But later, after understanding Jiang Chu-he's intention of shifting his attention to Qin Yu, Yang Kai understood that this person was full of evil intentions. Now, it seemed that not only was he full of evil intentions, but he also had no tolerance for others. He was simply an abominable rascal. The reason why he attacked her was because her speed was faster than his, surpassing his own. "Who is your excellency?" Jiang Chu-he had suffered a big loss and almost died. So while he hated Yang Kai in his heart, he also feared him. He had never expected that he would not even be able to take a single blow from an Origin King Realm cultivator. What's more, in that situation just now, it was just a casual blow from the other party. If it had been a real-life or death battle, wouldn't Jiang Chu-he not be his opponent at all? Is this guy even human? Jiang Chu-he's heart was filled with shock and fear. When did such a person appear in Maplewood City? You're asking me? Yang Kai grinned. It's just someone that young Master Jiang can't afford to offend. Seeing Yang Kai boasting so shamelessly, a look of unwillingness appeared on Jiang Chu-he's face. But after thinking about it, he realized that the other party might be from some great force. After all, Maplewood City had gathered the masters of many great forces recently. Thinking so, Jiang Chu-he's eyes couldn't help but flicker as he cupped his fists and said, "This Jiang has offended your excellency just now. Please don't take offense. At least you have some self-awareness. I'll spare your life for now," Yang Kai sneered. Not bothering with Jiang Chu-he anymore, he turned around and continued forward. Jiang Chu-he stared at Yang Kai's back, his face alternating between green and red. While suppressing his injuries, he also had to resist the supreme dragon pressure. It was extremely tiring for him. At the back of the group, Qin Yu was slowly moving forward with her many guards. After all, her strength wasn't high, so she was unable to move forward as quickly as the others. However, it was also because of this that she was able to witness the scene just now. That person, what's his background? Qin Yu's brow furrowed. As a fellow cultivator in Maplewood City, Qin Yu naturally knew what kind of cultivation Jiang Chu-he had. Although Jiang Chu-he's aptitude wasn't that great, with the resources of the Jiang family and his many years of hard work in cultivation, he had long reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King Realm, with all of his strength converted into Source Qi. In other words, even if Jiang Chu-he wasn't invincible in the Origin King Realm, he wasn't someone that could be injured in a single move. However, someone had done it. This surprised Qin Yu, but at the same time, it also increased her interest in Yang Kai. "Young lady, what's wrong with that person?" Seeing Qin Yu staring at Yang Kai, a guard couldn't help but ask, "Have any of you seen that person before? Do you know his origins?" Qin Yu asked softly. All the guards shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen Yang Kai before. The guard who spoke earlier said, "If young lady wants to know, after we leave the 5-colored treasure pagoda, subordinate will send someone to inquire about him." Qin Yu nodded. "Remember, just inquire about him. Don't offend him." "Yes." Near the soaring dragon altar, as time passed, the gap in strength between everyone gradually became apparent. Although everyone was basically an Origin King, and many were even Third Order Origin Kings, under the touchstone of the soaring dragon altar, the difference in strength was quickly determined. Those with superior temperament, perseverance, and strength would undoubtedly walk faster and further. As for the rest, they all fell behind. For a time, with the soaring dragon altar as the center, countless cultivators were divided into several levels, all of them desperately trying to get closer to the center. In the first stage, there were more than 40 Third Order Origin Kings, and the gap between them was not too great. It was foreseeable that if nothing unexpected happened, these 40 or so masters would undoubtedly reach the soaring dragon altar first. As for the cultivators in the second, third, and even later stages, there was no longer any hope of reaching the soaring dragon altar. However, none of them dared to retreat at will, lest they bring disaster upon themselves, so they could only grit their teeth and move forward. During this period, more and more cultivators died because they could not bear the pressure of the dragon pressure. Within a few dozen meters of the soaring dragon altar, 100 to 200 headless corpses were strewn about, a tragic sight to behold. Chapter 1999. The short 1,000-meter road leading to the soaring dragon altar had become the burial ground of countless Origin King realm cultivators. Half an hour later, the first group of several dozen cultivators was less than 100 meters from the soaring dragon altar. At such a close distance, the dozen or so treasures on the altar could be seen clearly. For a moment, no matter who these people were or where they came from, their breathing became rapid. However, there were only a dozen or so treasures while more than 40 cultivators had arrived first. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to divide them evenly. More than half of the cultivators were destined to return empty-handed. Everyone obviously noticed this as well, so after approaching within 10 meters of the soaring dragon altar, everyone secretly raised their strength, their eyes flickering with inexplicable hostility. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and the surrounding world energy suddenly became chaotic as a golden arrow flew out at an extremely fast speed towards a burly man. "Damn, I knew you would attack Father here. So you finally couldn't hold back and acted?" The burly man seemed to have been prepared. When he saw the enemy beside him make a move, he immediately stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. The next moment, a hexagonal green shield suddenly appeared in front of him, shielding most of his body behind it. Pong. A loud bang rang out, and although the golden arrow was quite powerful, it was still blocked by the burly man who had been prepared for it. Seeing this situation, the one who launched the sneak attack could not help being stunned. The burly man laughed sinisterly and retracted his shield at lightning speed. He clenched his fists tightly and Origin energy surged wildly from his fists. Suddenly attacking his enemy, he shouted, "Overlord's Holy Fist." This was obviously an extremely powerful secret technique, and the moment his fist flew out, there was actually a faint trace of domain filling it. It was obvious that this burly man had already touched the threshold of the Dao Source Realm, and perhaps he was only one step away from breaking through to the Dao Source Realm. Within the fist wind, there was a sense of supremacy. This imposing aura caused the face of the cultivator who had launched the sneak attack to change. He hurriedly turned around and at the same time stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. A 1-meter-long sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger on the tip of the sword and poured his Origin energy into the sword. His expression suddenly became solemn. "Water Moon Mirror Flower," he recited in a low voice, his long sword forming half a circle in the air. In the void, a mirror made of sword light suddenly appeared. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. The Overlord Holy Fist arrived as expected, but it was completely blocked by the sword light mirror. The Grand Accomplishment Origin King Realm Masters of the two Grand Accomplishment Origin King Realm Masters pushed forward at the same time, suppressing the other party fiercely. Gotcha! It was as if even space could not withstand such a violent collision of power, and a small crack appeared in that instant. Good. I've finally met a decent guy. Delightful. Not only was the robust man not shocked when he saw this, he roared with laughter instead with an extremely arrogant expression. His opponent, on the other hand, was secretly complaining incessantly. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a lunatic when he had just casually launched a sneak attack on a person and wanted to eliminate his competitor in advance. Helplessly, he could only brace himself to fight. The battle between the two of them had just started, but the 40 or so cultivator on the first level seemed to have already discussed it beforehand. All of them began to move. However, none of them approached the soaring dragon altar. Instead, they all attacked the cultivators closest to them, intending to kill them. In an instant, the vicinity of the soaring dragon altar became chaotic. Ambushes played out one after another. Often, one cultivator had just launched a sneak attack on his target, but in the next moment, he would be counterattacked by another cultivator, forcing him to grit his teeth and fight 1 against 2. There were solo fights as well. Some fought in a melee, while others joined forces to eliminate the enemy. These elite Origin King realm masters belonging to Maplewood City seemed to have become each other's enemies at this moment, and after a short while, their eyes were bloodshot as they unleashed their martial skills and artifacts, creating a dazzling sight to behold. The second and third level cultivator who had fallen behind were dumbfounded for a while, but soon they were pleasantly surprised, because this way they might have a chance to obtain the treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar. Immediately, none of them uttered a single word as they gathered their strength and moved forward. However, their thinking was obviously too simple. The cultivators of the first level were indeed fighting, but once a latecomer approached, these fellows would all give up on attacking their opponent and join forces to instantly kill the latecomer. It seemed that in their opinion, only the first level cultivator could be considered a real competitor, while the latecomers were just a bunch of clowns. What qualifications did they have to get their hands on these treasures? After 20 to 30 latecomers died one after another, the second-level cultivator finally understood the situation and no longer dared to approach at will. Yang Kai was among the second-level cultivator, and when he saw this scene, he could not help frowning. If he wanted to approach the Soaring Dragon altar at this time, he was bound to be attacked by the first-level cultivator. But if he did not approach, he would not be able to obtain the treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar. When he thought up to here, he couldn't help but snort coldly and shout loudly, "Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Aren't all of you taking others too lightly by acting so overbearingly? Friends, if you want to leap over the Dragon Gate, then follow me." Saying so, Yang Kai set an example and rushed up first. Originally, the cultivators in the second layer were not willing to be stopped in their tracks, but when they heard Yang Kai shout about the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate and recalled what Qin had said before, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. One after another, they responded to Yang Kai's call and gathered in groups of 3 or 5, advancing forward with ominous looks in their eyes. "Smelly brat, you've got a sharp tongue. I'll kill you first." Soon, the two masters in front of Yang Kai locked onto him. These two masters had been fighting fiercely with each other, but when they heard Yang Kai's words, they both set him as their target. Since these two could reach the first level, they were obviously elites among Origin Kings, and when they joined forces, even if they could not defeat a Dao Source Realm Master, they were definitely not something an Origin King in the same realm could resist. One of them summoned a big axe and chopped down at Yang Kai. With a flash of brilliance, a huge axe seal fell like a meteor, unstoppable. The other man stretched out his hand and slapped a small bell in his hand. Every time he did so, his expression would become more solemn, and the bell would emit a strange sound that converged into an invisible shockwave that swept towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. Circulating his strength madly, he flipped his hand and grasped a big saber. Driving the saber with his divine sense, he chopped down at one of them from a distance. The saber flashed brilliantly as a silent attack rushed straight into that person's knowledge sea, immediately tearing through that person's divine sense defenses and cutting into his knowledge sea. In this person's sea of consciousness, the wind and clouds suddenly surged as if there was a huge force that split his sea of consciousness into two, rolling up a huge wave. However, the huge wave didn't fall. Instead, it strangely evaporated in midair. The knowledge sea was the source of a cultivator's soul, so when the seawater in one's knowledge sea evaporated, one's soul was bound to be damaged. As if struck by lightning, this person suddenly froze in place, his eyes trembling and filled with horror as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, unable to utter a single word. The next moment, this person's neck bent and he fell to the ground, dead. What? The other person was shocked as he stared at his previous opponent in disbelief. He was very clear about how difficult this opponent was to deal with. The two of them had been evenly matched just now, but now, he had been killed by an Origin King cultivator in a single move. An Origin King absolutely did not have this ability, so the reason for this was that big saber. What level of artifact is this? Just as this person was in a daze, Yang Kai's figure flickered, avoiding the joint attack of this person and the other person, approaching him with a grin on his face while raising the big saber in his hand again. It wasn't until this moment that this person discovered that this big saber was somewhat different from the others. A dark light flowed from this saber, as if there was some kind of inexplicable force pulling on his soul. It was as if he looked at this saber for too long, his soul would be cut open, causing him a faint pain. Horrified, he quickly averted his eyes. The soul-splitting saber, the Emperor artifact that belonged to the Insect Emperor. After Yang Kai killed the Insect Emperor, he had obtained 2 Emperor artifacts from him. One was the Insect Enslavement Bracelet, and the other was the soul-splitting saber. However, the power of these 2 Emperor artifacts was too great, and Yang Kai's strength was not high enough at the time to refine them, so he could only set them aside. Later, during several adventures, the Insect Enslavement Bracelet played a role. For example, in the Severed World, it repelled the illusionary Void Butterfly's attack, and under the Blue Feather Sect's ice cliff, it deterred the monster Insect Queen, allowing Yang Kai to subdue it. With these experiences, Yang Kai realized the importance of Emperor artifacts and began trying to refine the soul-splitting saber in his spare time. Although he had spent a lot of energy and time, he still couldn't completely refine the soul-splitting saber. Even if he used it, he could only display a fraction of its power. Just like the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Yang Kai still couldn't display its full power. However, an Emperor artifact was still an Emperor artifact. Even if he could only display a small amount of its power, it was still not something an Origin King could resist. In particular, the power of the soul-splitting saber was extremely strange. It could be controlled by one's divine sense and only cut one's soul, not one's physical body, making it extremely difficult to defend against. To a certain extent, the soul-splitting saber could be regarded as a soul-type artifact. It was even rarer than a defensive artifact, and Yang Kai's divine sense was extremely powerful. So when he used the soul-splitting saber against an enemy, how could an Origin King of the same level resist? In a single exchange, the enemy's soul would be destroyed and they would die on the spot. Yang Kai had done this deliberately. Now, there seemed to be an invisible consensus between the first-layer cultivator and the second-layer cultivator not to approach the soaring dragon altar. If Yang Kai wanted to deter his enemies, he could only kill a few of them first. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, Yang Kai believed that no one would dare to stop him again. Sure enough, after that person died, the other cultivators saw Yang Kai raise the soul-splitting saber again and instinctively retreated in horror. This retreat immediately triggered the soaring dragon altar's barrier. Chapter 2000. A beam of light suddenly shot out from the soaring dragon altar, heading straight for the retreating cultivator. This cultivator's complexion changed drastically, and without even thinking about it, he tried to escape at an even faster speed. At the same time, his body flashed wildly as if he was using all his defensive strength. However, no matter how fast this cultivator was, he could not outrun the power of the soaring dragon altar. In just a breath of time, the beam of light caught up with this cultivator and directly pierced through his body. In front of this beam of light, this cultivator's countless layers of defensive strength were as fragile as paper. Ah! A scream rang out as this cultivator fell to the ground with a thud. Just like the other cultivator who had been killed by the beam of light before, his flesh and bones were all shattered, his death a miserable one. Everyone in the surroundings paled in horror. After all, from the time Yang Kai took action to the time these 2 cultivators died one after the other, only 3 breaths had passed. In just 3 breaths of time, 2 peak Origin Kings had died one after another. No matter what kind of artifact Yang Kai used or what kind of technique he used, it was enough to show that he was not someone to be trifled with. In an instant, the eyes of the cultivator near Yang Kai changed, filled with dread and panic as they consciously or unconsciously put some distance between them. It was obvious they did not want to become enemies with him. This effect was exactly what Yang Kai had hoped for. With a flip of his wrist, he put away the soul-splitting saber and walked forward. Ignoring the numerous cultivator around him, Yang Kai was extremely arrogant. Asterisk roar. Asterisk suddenly, a loud roar rang out from the crowd, one that sounded somewhat like the roar of a dragon. At the same time, it sounded like the roar of a beast. Everyone was startled as they turned to look at the source of the roar, but in the next moment, their expressions froze. Because in that position, a man in his 30s wearing brocade robes had used some kind of unknown secret technique to suddenly become extremely red, like a roasted prawn, exuding bursts of hot steam. Above his head, the shadow of a fiery red flood dragon appeared. This flood dragon phantom was almost tangible as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, flickering slightly before diving into the man's body. The next moment, the man's aura suddenly soared, and the aura he exuded was mixed with a trace of dragon pressure. Duan Tianxi. It was Duan Tianxi. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Is he the son of the city lord master? I've long heard that this fellow obtained a complete Jiao dragon soul by chance when he was young. So it's true. This is bad. With the help of this Jiao dragon soul, the resistance to his advancement will be greatly reduced. Many cultivators started to shout at the same time. Some looked unwilling, some looked envious, but most of them looked fearful. Yang Kai instantly understood the identity of this person. It was the son of the city lord, Duan Yuan Shan, Duan Tian Ci. That flood dragon phantom was clearly the flood dragon soul he had obtained in his early years. He used a secret technique to resist the pressure of the dragon might in this place. Although the flood dragon was not part of the true dragon clan, it still had a trace of the true dragon bloodline. It was best to use it to fight against dragon might. Duan Tianxi was a patient person and had not exposed this advantage of his. Only when they were close enough to the soaring dragon altar did they suddenly take the initiative to seize the initiative. However, he was not the only one with this plan. Just as Duan Tianxi stimulated the flood dragon soul, another young man not far away let out a shout and a semicircular, bell-like defensive barrier suddenly appeared around him. The attacks of the surrounding cultivators fell on this young man, but he ignored them all and simply stared at the treasure on the soaring dragon altar with fiery eyes as he walked forward step by step. However, none of these attacks could break through his defense and were all blocked. It's Raging Fire Temple's immovable Heavenly King Bell. This person is Zhong Zijin of Raging Fire Temple. A cultivator recognized the name and artifact used by this cultivator at once. Dao's Source Grade Mid-Rank Defensive Artifact, Immovable Heavenly King Bell? That's cheating. How are we supposed to fight? Many Origin King Realm cultivators shouted angrily. Although Zhong Zijin could not display the full power of the immovable Heavenly King Bell with his current cultivation, it was still a Dao Source Grade mid-rank defensive artifact and was not something an ordinary Origin King Realm cultivator could break. Only a dozen or so people working together could pose a threat to him. Zhong Zijin walked forward while turning his head to look at the people attacking him and sneered, "This zone will remember all of you. When this matter is over, this zone will definitely pay you a visit." As soon as these words came out, many Origin Kings turned pale. Young Master Zhong, this is a misunderstanding. This one had eyes but failed to recognize young Master Zhong and offended you. Please forgive this one, young Master Zhong. If you had reported your name earlier, I would not have attacked you. An Origin King quickly admitted defeat, fearing that Zhong Zijin would settle accounts with him later. Me too, young Master Zhong. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Young Master Zhong, is there a need for this? Zhong Zijin sneered again and again as he continued walking forward, saying lightly, "Good, since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget about it. But if anyone dares to harass this young master again, I will not let them off easily in the future." "We wouldn't dare. Please forgive us, young Master Zhong." The cultivator was overjoyed. Zhong Zijin obviously knew that now was not the time to be entangled with these people. If he did not take a step back and force them to fight him to the death, it would only benefit others, so he did not push them too far. Besides Duan Tian Ci and Zhong Zijin, Yang Kai was the fastest to act. Since he had already reached this point, he naturally channeled a little bit of the origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon to resist the invisible pressure of the dragon's might. Therefore, to a certain extent, he was the most relaxed of them all. As the three moved forward, they looked at each other, sparks flying between their eyes. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was feeling bitter in his heart at this moment. He did not feel any joy at all because, unlike Duan Tian Ci and Zhong Zijin, he had no backer or background. If he really took away all the treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. He was considering whether to let Duan Tianxi and Zhong Zijin make the first move to share some of the pressure. But soon, he rejected this idea, because no matter how many treasures he took away, he was bound to be targeted. Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way. Just as he made up his mind, Duan Tianxi suddenly formed a seal with his hands and immediately tapped his body a few times. As he did so, Duan Tianxi's aura, which was not weak to begin with, suddenly soared. He did not hesitate to use some kind of powerful secret technique. Immediately, he let out a hearty laugh and shot out several dozen meters, arriving next to the Soaring Dragon altar in the blink of an eye. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat while Zhong Zijin's face also changed as he grit his teeth and sped up. "It's all mine." Duan Tianxi laughed as he stretched out his hand and grasped a long sword-like artifact. Of the dozen or so treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar, this long sword had the best appearance. It was clear at first glance that it was not an ordinary artifact. Duan Tianxi was a cautious person, so when he picked up this long sword artifact, he also deliberately observed his surroundings. At the same time, he secretly circulated the qi in his body to guard against the unexpected. But what surprised him the most was that he was able to pick up the sword with ease. This result made him stunned, but he was even more pleasantly surprised. Just as he was about to put his first harvest into his space ring, then something unexpected happened. Less than a breath after the long sword left the Soaring Dragon altar, it twisted and became a withered branch. Not only did it lose its original appearance, but it also lost its spirituality. A gust of wind blew, and the withered branch broke in two and fell to the ground. Duan Tianxi's smile suddenly stiffened on his face. The expressions of the mini cultivator who were staring at him were also quite interesting. Some were questioning, some were surprised, some were gloating, and some were thinking, is this fake? After a while, Duan Tianxi roared unwillingly, threw away the half-withered branch in his hand, and grabbed another hammer artifact. He took out the second artifact, but after leaving the Soaring Dragon altar, it also turned into an ordinary stone. An illusion. This is an illusion. We've all been deceived. Suddenly, exclamations came from the crowd. There was no need for this person to remind them, as almost everyone realized this. After all, the process of Duan Tianxi picking up the two artifacts had been witnessed by everyone, so there was no opportunity to fake it, nor was it possible to swap them out. As such, the only explanation was that the treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar were not real, but were instead illusions created by a powerful illusion. For a time, the cultivator who was moving forward stopped one after another, dumbfounded expressions on their faces. No one had expected the final outcome to be like this. The Soaring Dragon altar, the Soaring Dragon altar, the Soaring Dragon altar, the carp leaping through the dragon gate and transforming into a dragon. This legendary artifact had turned out to be a huge scam. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. The moment Duan Tianxi used his secret technique to rush forward, he had been burning with anxiety. But now, such a dramatic scene had occurred, catching him off guard. Suddenly, his expression changed as he closed his eyes and opened them again. No one noticed that his left eye had turned into a golden slit. The next moment, he rushed forward. On the other side, Zhong Zijin also arrived near the Soaring Dragon altar, and after exchanging a glance with Duan Tianxi, he began picking up treasures from the Soaring Dragon altar before throwing them down in disappointment. These seemingly extraordinary secret arts were all extremely ordinary and useless. After being thrown to the ground, they directly turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Soon, Yang Kai also joined in. He picked up a jade bottle, opened it, and took a look, cursing angrily before throwing it away. Not long after, under the joint inspection of the three cultivators, none of the things on the Soaring Dragon altar were real. How could this be? Duan Tianxi seemed to be unable to accept this outcome and muttered in disappointment. It seems we were all played. Zhong Zijin laughed self-deprecatingly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.